Good morning, everyone. As you can probably hear, it's pretty noisy. That means it is time for the Stocker Feeder Show. Underway just a moment ago. Was trying to get a camera honed in a little bit better. And it's not an angle that you can see at the moment, but it is looking like it's going to have to be one that I hone in a little bit more when I get an opportunity. Showmanship is where we start. Brennan Barron, Jack Barron, Kate Barron, Mace Barron, Caden Goodman, and Trip Oxford, as well as Jalen Young out there right now. 7 listed, and there are 7 out there for Stocker Feeder Senior Showmanship. Judge talking to Jack Barron right now. Busy day ahead today. Glad to have you along. As you see there at the bottom of your screen, if you missed it at the end of, well, all of yesterday, those are the 4-H beef results, showmanship, as well as the market beef classes. We'll update those with the information from today's shows once some more of those go final. Judges way over in the corner, deepest in the corner. I've seen him. There he is, coming up onto your screen. Again, this is Stocker Feeder Showmanship Senior. 7 entries here. Just 1 entry in junior and no pre-junior showman for Stocker Feeders. Judge pulling, I believe that's Jalen Young to top of the show ring.
always tend to act up a little more than you care to have them. But they've all done a really excellent job. We'll give 5 purples in this group and a couple blues, but they did an exceptional job. And I think the 2 showmen that I'm going to start with here just have their calves just a little more responsive to them. Even maybe at times they balk a little bit. But you can see they just handle themselves just a notch better and getting their feet and legs set up and how they behave. The same goes through with the young lady in third. She also does a good job. At times, the steer could cooperate a little better, but she has him set up, head up, and those type of things. The next 4 exhibitors are real close in my mind. The gentleman with the shorthorn heifer could get his feet set up just a little bit better, but that calf responds to him well. And then we got the gentleman with the big steer there is a nice looking steer. He's done good with it, gets its head set up. Just at times he tends to act up a little. And the 2 exhibitors that we're rounding off the class with do an excellent job. Those calves are coming along and getting broke well. So give these kids a round of applause.
Okay, so Jalen Young is your champion, senior stocker feeder showman. Your reserve champion is Caden Goodman. That will bring into the show ring a single entry in the junior category of showmanship, being James Barron. Here comes James. After junior stocker feeder showmanship, stocker feeder steers going to be happening, as you might have heard on that announcement there. Stocker feeder heifers after that, and then best of 3 stocker feeders, and that will be the end of the stocker feeder show for the 4-H side of things. Right now, James Barron out there.
Young. Second purple, Caden Goodman. Third purple, Kate Barron. Fourth purple, Trip Oxford. Fifth purple, Mace Barron. First blue, Brennan Barron. Third blue, Jack Barron.
Well, this exhibitor with this sentimental sired heifer is doing a great job. You can see she's pretty easy to handle, pretty attentive to how she gets him set up, and you can tell that he's done some work with her. So a nice start to this gentleman's project. We'll give him a purple, and too bad he doesn't have a few more people in here to compete with, but good, excellent job.
Okay, so James Barron is the champion stocker feeder showman. So congratulations to James. That'll bring us to stocker feeder steers. So you see here, this was the camera angle I was telling you I need to work on a little bit. Just me here, though, at the moment. It's a little blurry. The camera is a really long ways away, and I got to climb all the way down a ladder to get over to it. So I'll try to tackle that and do some more running back and forth later on today. We've got them covered when they come in the show ring, though. Stocker feeder steers right now: Brennan Barron, James Barron, Kate Barron, Mace Barron, Caden Goodman with 2 entries, and Jalen Young, excuse me. Left side of your screen there is Brennan Barron. Middle of your screen, Jalen Young. And to the right over there is James Barron. The other competitors in this group of 7 for stocker feeder steers have already entered the show ring. Again today, in the morning provides the best lighting for our cameras. Allows me to get some tighter shots up there at the top part of the show ring for you. Just because it hasn't quite got so sunny out. If you were here with us yesterday, you would have remembered over there it just looked like the sun was right over there on the other side of that fence. The camera did an okay job of trying to adjust to everything that's in the show ring and not to the outside. Does get harder the brighter it gets. Still a good amount of fog over there. Can see across the field outside the east part of the show ring right now. That was not the case when we got here this morning in the 6 o'clock hour to set up. Dave actually told me he had a run-in with a raccoon on the road this morning on his way to the fairgrounds. As we get started today, not too far into the day, we want to thank our Purple Ribbon sponsors that I'll be telling you about throughout the day again. Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, Grocery Cart, Custer County Ag Society, C&M Auto in Anselmo, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Moline Seed and Fence, and Pioneer Seed. You'll see their logo scrolling at the top right-hand part of your screen. You'll see other sponsor logos scrolling there as well. They are bringing you coverage on video, if you see them there, of all 4 days from the Custer County Fair. Several sponsors have also helped us out with our radio coverage. Over 100 interviews played on KCNI Pure Country this year. And plenty of those to go today. Dave is over there. He's doing some reports during the breakfast show live right now. If you want to tune in there and just watch on your screen. And then, of course, Pure Country music mixed in throughout the next couple of days as well with those interviews. You know what the song says. In every state there's a station playing Cash, Hank, Willie, and Waylon. That'd be KCNI. Again, if you're just joining us, Jalen Young was the champion stocker feeder showman. Caden Goodman was the reserve champion. James Barron, the champion in a single entry class for junior showmanship, but I think James would have liked to have been able to compete against more people because he did very, very well. Congratulations to him on winning that championship. Stocker feeder steers out there right now, 7 entries here. 7 entries in stocker feeder heifers coming up next. These kids all going to really have to hustle because many of them have entries in both of those categories. Best of 3 stocker feeders will be after that, and that will round out our morning in the stocker feeder show. Judge taking a good long look at all these stocker feeders. I could just be playing you audio right now and you would know it's the stocker feeder show. Like we heard the judge say earlier, All these stocker feeders are missing their mamas a little bit right now, so make a lot of noise. They're in the process of getting them broke. Okay, so we'll take a look at the order. They've got them set up in here along the top side of the show ring. That would be Jalen Young right there. Brennan Barron second. Mace Barron third in line. Caden Goodman fourth. Kate Barron fifth. James Barron sixth. And then this last one coming up is the other one under Caden Goodman's name, getting some help showing that one. Judge again taking a close look at all of these along the top, and then we will go ahead and hear from him, but we'll see if this order that he's got them in stands as far as who the champion is.
Very nice set of feeder calf steers here, and it's always neat to have these out here, and then all of you can see how they come back, because most of these exhibitors said they'll bring them back next year to see how they do. And they range from early March to mid to late April, and so you have some differences in age and certainly some differences in performance that you have to take into account for. The steer I start with, though, is probably a little further along in his degree of condition, probably been in the barn and worked with a little longer, so that's easy to see. But I think relative to some of the fundamental aspects that we would place some emphasis on, he's good in his feet and legs. He comes nice and strong down his top and out of his hip. I like him particularly because he's one of the better hip calves that carries some thickness from the top of his hip to the lower part of his quarter. He's good in his hock, and he travels away from you. I think a calf that when he comes back next year will have some of those characteristics. You hope he stays together a little in his shoulder, and as he comes out of his shoulder just into his top line, you hope that stays together. I think the younger calf in here that has a lot of potential is this gentleman's calf here, who is a little straighter lined and nicer shouldered. At this point in time, he's not just as pulled apart or as wide as the calf that's ahead of him, but he has the same characteristics of some balance, eye appeal, very good out of his hip, and carries that thickness down in his quarter quite well. So I think a nice pair of steers to start with. I really like the muscle shape and expression into the steer that's third, probably pound per pound, the most muscular steer down his top and out of his hip. He is one that also puts that in a very stylish package. For me today, I'd like to probably see him just a little more body to him, but he is an April calf, so that'll all come to him. But I think a nice prospect down the way. A nice calf that ends up in fourth. He has got the most performance in here. He is the oldest. He's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to him. But you can see he's a little rounder in his shoulder, rounder out of his hip. I just like to straighten him up there. The young lady's steer that comes up next is a little bigger, taller type of calf that I'd like to see just be a little more moderate in his size. And then we'll round off with the two steers. I like the gray steer a little over the bigger black steer simply because he's a really nice, complete, straight line steer. And the bigger black steer that goes out is one that just is a little coarser about his shoulder, and you'd like to see him just come a little leveler and square out of his hip.
Okay, so we'll wait for the announcement, official word there, but Jalen Young is your champion, and your reserve champion is Brennan Barron, and then we'll hear the announcement for all of the ribbons here shortly. Stocker feeder heifers up next. All of them, well, most of them, I believe, are all going to go and move and shake around and bring in their next entries. Brennan Barron, Jack Barron, James Barron, Kate Barron, Mace Barron, all in there, as well as Trip Oxford and Jalen Young. As you see them coming in now.
Champion Stalker Feeder Steer went to Jalen Young. Reserve champion Stalker Feeder Steer went to Brennan Barron. Purples went to Mace Barron. Caden Goodman. Blue went to Kate Barron. James Barron. Caden Goodman. Second call, best of 3 stalker feeders. Second call, best of 3 stalker feeders.
We continue with stalker feeders with heifers. They are lined up now and in the show ring for you. Again, out there right now, Brennan, Jack, James, Kate, and Mace Barron, as well as Jalen Young and Trip Oxford. Again, this is the Stocker Feeder Heifer Show. Results so far in Stocker Feeder scrolling at the bottom of your screen for you to take in. I want to thank Purple Ribbon sponsor Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer. They want to thank everyone for their business at all of the surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Go locations, they've enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. Jalen Young being pulled up. I believe that was Mace Barron after her, and then James Barron coming up third. 5 Barons in the group. So don't be surprised if I mix a couple of them up. Four of them young men, one young lady, so I got that one figured out. But Brennan, Jack, James, and Mace. And that's Brennan Barron, actually. So I did have that incorrect, but James Barron is up there in third. And then Mace Barron, Kate Barron, Trip Oxford, and then Jack Barron.
Lighter colored one really looks more the part when she's on the move. She just gets a little tired here down her top line, but when you see her walk, she pulls all that together. I think a heifer that just has a little more width and mass and dimension to her than the orange-colored Charlet heifer that's in second. I really like this heifer from her straightness of lines, her completeness. She's a heifer that I think as you bring her back next year, you'll just see her be a nice, clean, proportionate made heifer. I would like to see her have just a little more stoutness to her as you get behind her and open her up a little bit, but I believe that all will come to her. I really like the gentleman's Baldy heifer here. I think a heifer that just has a lot of ring presence to her. She's up-headed, straight in her lines, good in her shoulder structure and design. If you look at her, she's always sets up, her angles are good, and a heifer as you get behind her has really got some nice thickness to her. I think this is a heifer that has a lot of potential down the road for her because of just how fault-free she is. So I compliment that exhibitor on that heifer. Then you get into a couple heifers here, these last 4 heifers that just have some things you'd like to change about them. The gentleman's heifer that comes up here in 4th just could be a little cleaner fronted as you study her and a little more curvature to her forerib. I'd like to just give a little more substance to the young exhibitor's heifer here that just gets a little finer boned and a little flatter in her muscle pattern. The shorthorn heifer just needs a little more body. She too could have a little more bone and substance to her and come a little leveler out of her hip. And the gentleman's heifer that rounds off the class is one that's got quite a bit of looseness up to her front end. You'd like to clean her up there. And then as she travels, just give her a little more flexibility to her hock and correct her and level her out of her hip.
Okay, so again, your champion, Jalen Young, and your reserve champion, Brennan Barron. That brings us to our final Stocker Feeder category, best of 3 Stocker Feeders.
Reserve champion Stocker Feeder heifer went to Brennan Barron. Purple went to James Barron. Blue went to Mace Barron, Kate Barron, Trip Oxford, and Jack Barron.
Group of three, best of three stalker feeders coming out now. Jack Barron and Mace Barron, Caden Goodman and Jalen Young. Obviously, they have employed the help of several of their fellow 4-H'ers to help them do so they don't have to carry and pull out. They don't have to pull out all of their stalker feeders on their own. You're looking right now at Mace Barron's group of three. Jalen Young right here next to him. And then there over on your left side of your screen is Jack Barron. Again, the judge looks for uniformity. Of course, in the case of Jalen Young, you know, she showed a champion stalker feeder steer and heifer. So I'd venture to guess those two are probably in her group of three. So the judge always looks at that too, the performance of them in earlier classes in this best of three, or in other competitions, best of five. So we'll hear from him.
I think these exhibitors did a good job of putting their groups together, because even though there's some blue ribbon cattle in here, there was also some purple ribbon cattle, and then they put some thought and logic into how they match those cattle to get them matched up appropriately and make a very nice pen. You have your champion steer and heifer in this group, and another nice steer that was also in that group, and that's a logical place to start, so we can bring those forward. They make a nice your champion group of three. I really like then for second, you have your reserve heifer in here and a couple other purple ribbon calves, and that's a really nice pen as you look at them, the uniformity that they have and the uniqueness that they put together in there. And then it's a little closer because I like a couple individuals in each of these other two outside pens, and it gets a little close on the placing. That's why I believe they're both purple pens. I think the pen here off to my left here on the east end just has a little more performance, a little more uniformity, and we'll use them and then follow with the pen on that end. So give these kids a round of applause for bringing out some very...
Okay, so your champion in best of three stalker feeders, Jalen Young. Your reserve champion, Mace Barron. Third place, Caden Goodman. And fourth place, Jack Barron. And they have said that our next show is going to start at 9 o'clock. I believe they said that was the breeding heifer show coming to you next. So we'll just make sure to confirm that. Hear one last announcement, and then we'll take a tiny little break before they get started with that.
To Jalen Young. Reserve champion, best of 3 stalker feeders went to Mace Barron. Purples went to Caden Goodman. Purple went to Jack Barron. We will start the breeding heifer show at exactly 9 o'clock. That's the first call for Black Angus heifers, yearling heifers, calf January 1, 2023 through April 30, 2023. Again, Black Angus heifers will start at 9 o'clock.
Welcome back. About ready to get started with the 4-H Breeding Heifer Show. Rain starting to fall here at the Custer County Fairgrounds. A little bit of thunder in the air. Must not be coming down super heavy though. It might just sound heavier on the tin roof than it actually is. A few kids that are over in line for the bucket calf interview judging aren't running for cover exactly at the moment, but it is sprinkling out there. We're getting ready for the Breeding Heifer Show. Again, Kelly Bruns will continue to be our judge. Later on today, other events that you can expect, the 4-H Dairy Show, the 4-H Goat Show. Of course, before both of those things takes place, we'll have the 4-H Bucket Calf Show that happens, and we'll also have stocker feeders for FFA, which is going to happen immediately following this 4-H Breeding Heifer Show. Now it's starting to rain a little bit heavier, and people are kind of starting to run for cover a little bit more. It's unfortunate. A lot of these fitting and showing areas are already under cover to be covered from the sun, so now that's become a rain shade for many of them as they prepare for the show. A lot of them, though, not protected from the rain. Rain just adds another challenge to getting everything ready. You got to get them all dried and toweled off and looking nice and ready for the show ring. So another challenge for these kids as they compete here at the Custer County Fair. Again, we're getting very close to the Breeding Heifer Show. They said they would start that right at about 9 o'clock. I think they just gave one person one final call to get out here to the show ring. As we wait for that to happen, we want to thank the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, where they love to help you with all your grocery needs at the lowest prices. Fresh groceries, produce, a high-quality meat department, full-service deli, a fresh bakery that does cake decorating and more, and the GK Wine and Spirit Shop, all there, as well as a health and beauty section and more. Thank you very much to the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow for sponsoring coverage of the Custer County Fair. Thank you as well to the Custer County Ag Society, welcoming you to the Custer County Fair, urging you to come out and take in the fun. They also want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the year at custercountyfair.org. You do not want to miss out on any of the activities going on. Early next month, they've got a high-octane tractor pull. I always say, I guess technically they're tractors. You wouldn't call them cars, but they are they are absolutely wild. So I don't know if they're tractors, but all I know is they're a lot of fun to watch pull, and they've got that coming to you in August. They would love to see you there. Here we go, our first breeding heifer group. Colt Christensen, Olivia Ostrand, Brexton Ostrand, Mesa Jones, and Braxton Reinierson all coming in. Again, just one group of Black Angus heifers, yearling heifers, calved January 1 to April 30th, 2023. So we will determine right now a champion and a reserve champion. Thank you to C&M Auto in Anselmo. From routine auto maintenance to major repairs of gas and diesel vehicles, C&M Auto has you covered. And they have the latest diagnostics to diagnose your problems. They have competitive rates and offer 24-hour service outside of their business hours to serve you best. Thank you to C&M Auto, another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, bringing you coverage of the 2024 Custer County Fair. Rain going to knock a lot of the dust out of the air, that is for sure. See Dave Burney across the way has taken shelter under those carports with the picnic tables underneath of them. He's conducting more interviews. Usually gets a few interviews during the bucket calf interview judging, which is taking place across the way for the Clover kids. Again, this is Black Angus heifers, calved January 1st through April 30th, 2023 in the show ring at the moment. Might be able to hear a little bit of that thunder on my microphone. Looks like we'll have one storm moving through the area. Maybe I can show that to you. You think this will focus? There you go. That's all we're looking at the moment. So a little bit of thunder, a little bit of rain. I'm sure it'll pass here pretty quickly. The show goes on. Right here in the show ring. Being pulled up first, Braxton Reinierson. Just off to the right of your screen. Colt Christensen being pulled up in second place according to how the judge has done everything to this point. Third place going to be Mesa Jones. And then Brexton Ostrand and Olivia Ostrand coming in fourth and fifth.
A nice set of Angus heifers here, and we will give them all purples. I think they're all exceptional in their own right and kind, and in their own merit. So congratulations to these exhibitors. The heifer that we start with over by the gate is one that you have to appreciate for completeness of design, and a heifer that has a very nice profile to her and yet some substance with her. She is also one of the nicer structured heifers in here. As he brings her around, you take a look at her. She sits down really good on her feet and legs. And that, I think that's really what places the second and third place heifers for me. The gentleman's second place heifer is one that you have to appreciate for just being a very good footed, nice even footed, nice structured heifer from knee to ground to hock to ground over the heifer that here in third. The heifer in third, if you study her and as she goes out, you'd like to see her just have a little more substance to her foot, like to see her be better in her toe size, and certainly as she moves off of her heels, she doesn't have near the substance of foot and correctness of design to her hoof as the heifer that's ahead of her. Plus, she's a little shorter strided, she's a little heavier condition, and I like the heifer in second for the broodiness, the moderation of size, and just the cowiness of the heifer in second over the heifer in third. Two heifers that are pretty close in their type and kind. The gentleman's heifer is just a little easier traveling, longer strided heifer. That's what could make it a logical close pair between third and fourth. And then the young lady's heifer that rounds off the class with another nice broody heifer that I'd like to see come just a little better from hock to ground and just give her a little more natural base width as she goes relative to her frame size.
Second call, commercial heifers, yearling heifers, capped January 1 through April 30th, 2023. Second call, commercial heifers, yearling heifers, capped January 1st through April 30th, 2023. First call, commercial heifers, yearling heifers, capped May 1st through August 31st, 2023. First call, commercial heifers, yearling heifers, capped May 1st through August 31st, 2023.
Out there right now, Paisley Seta and Otto Petrick. Charlet yearling heifers, calved January 1st through April 30th, 2023.
Black Angus heifer went to Braxton Rainierson. Reserve champion Black Angus heifer went to Colt Christensen. Purples went to Mesa Jones, Brexton Ostrand, and Olivia Ostrand. We'd like to thank the sponsor of our champion Charlet heifer banner, Taylor Charlets. Thank you.
exhibitors, a March and a February. I'm going to use the March heifer, and as you watch her walk up, it's really based on really how she moves here on the walk. She's a really good proportionally made heifer, and as she travels, she comes in better down her top and particularly out of her hip. She's square and leveler, a little better in her pin settings than the young lady's heifer that comes up here in second, who just gets a little rounder shouldered, a little more down-headed, and you can see she's a little shorter about her hip and lower in her pin settings than the gentleman's heifer that we like to start the class with. Certainly the heifer in second has a ton of performance to her. She's very good bodied. I like the muscle shape and expression she has in her. You can see a lot of stifle. So she has a powerful future ahead of her from a standpoint of making some very good bulls. But I like the design of the March heifer, and I think she equally has enough muscle to compete with this heifer. So, but two very good Charolais heifers for these exhibitors.
So your champion, Otto Petrick. Your reserve champion, Paisley Setta. Next group coming out is commercial heifers, yearling heifers, calved January 1 through April 30th, 2023. Ruby Bartok, Otto Petrick, Ruby Slocum, Addison Stump, Jalen Young, Clayton Barker, Caden Goodman, and Hallie Meyer. A little bit larger group here than what we've been seeing so far today. Pretty good amount of rain continues to come down. Nice and dry here. Feel maybe a little bit of moisture on my back every now and then as it's blowing in from the south. Again, you're looking at commercial heifers. These are yearlings, calved January 1st through April 30th, 2023. After this will be yearling heifers calved May 1st through August 31st. And then that's a single entry, and then calved September 1st through December 31st, 2023. That is also going to be a single entry. So then the winner out of this group and those two single entry groups, which are obviously going to each have a winner, will compete for champion and reserve champion commercial heifer. Boy, now it's getting super windy at our back, and in fact, I'm starting to wonder if some of my equipment is going to stay held down. You can probably hear that wind. We are inside of a covered arena, and it's kind of blowing the lid of my laptop around a little bit. Oh no, a couple of tents are biting the dust out there on the fairgrounds. It is getting quite windy. A little bit more excitement for the Custer County Fair 2024. You know it's windy when leaves are blowing in from the south side of the arena into the show ring. Great. Again, our first group of yearling heifers in front of you here. The largest of three groups. The two remaining groups are just single entry. Okay, shortly here, I'm sure the judge is going to start pulling some kids forward. As Ruby Bartok go up first to the top of your screen there. He kind of changes his strategy when there's a larger group. Whereas with the smaller groups, he was putting them all in order of placement. We'll see if he is using that strategy here. He has them facing the rail rather than side-to-side profile. I think he might still be placing them in reverse order. Left down here along the bottom side, we've got Jalen Young, Caden Goodman, and Addison Stump, I believe. If I've been marking down correctly on my sheet. Okay, so Addison going to go up third. Caden in second, and first will be Jalen Young, according to the order he pulled them up in. We'll hear a little bit about them from him now.
A lot of different goals within programs, and so that makes it a little hard when we bring them all together, and really this would be better as a People's Choice Award sometimes, I think, because you have the ability to get where people like what they like, but you have a little of everything in here in that sense for you to pick from. My logic here is really the heifer that is the most fault-free, I believe, is going to win the class fairly handily because she is the most fault-free, and she's one of the better structured heifers. To be critical on her, probably would like to just see her just a little more rib shape and dimension to her. She just gets a little flatter up in her rib, and if we could just open her up a little better there, I think she'd be just a lot nicer and a little more complete in that sense. But very good in her structure, and that's why up here. The roan heifer that comes up next is the other that I also, the other heifer that I also would believe is one of the more structurally correct heifers that has some body and some rib shape and some maternal characteristics to her. If she just had a little more bone, I think it'd be easier to justify her really in that hole, because it gets a little closer between her and the spotted heifer that comes up in next, who certainly has quite a bit of bone, but she is a heifer that just gets a little opened up at the top of her shoulders. She rounds out of her hip. I wish she would just travel a little better off of her hock. Then it's close between the two heifers, more of a cow-type, commercial-oriented heifer in the black heifer, and then you have a heifer here that's more designed to produce steers. I'd like to make her better on her feet. She's just not as good in her hoof size and dimension, and she's pretty coarse. I like this blaze-faced heifer that comes up next, the heifer that I'd like to, for her frame size, give her more body and rib shape, and as you watch her travel out of her hip, she just gets a little lower in her fin settings. And then you have this red heifer that comes up next that I'd like to see have a little more substance to her, in that she could have some more rib shape and dimension. And then the black heifer is much the same, a little finer featured heifer that just needs a little more body and rib shape to compete with the other heifers in the class.
So Jalen Young, first out of that group, second to Caden Goodman. We'll wait for the announcement of all of the ribbons out of that group here in a moment. But right now, coming into the arena, that single entry I told you about, Macy Smith, this yearling heifer calved May 1st through August 31st. Still pretty windy, as you can hear. Get everything held down pretty well. And with this single entry, we'll hear from the judge immediately.
A May heifer here, a lone entry that you have to appreciate her completeness of design, her straightness of lines, and as you study her, a nice made heifer that traveled out here well. Probably just for my liking, I'd like to just trim her up a little bit. She's just a little heavier condition for a breeding heifer, but a nice May heifer for that exhibitor.
In Group 1 of commercial heifers, yearling heifers calved January 1st through April 30th. Purple went to Jalen Young, Caden Goodman, Addison Stump, Otto Petrie. Blues went to Clayton Barker. Haley Meyer. Ruby Slocum. And Ruby Bartok. In commercial heifers calf May 1 through August 31st, purple went to Macy Smith.
This is that second single entry group. Commercial heifer calves calved September 1st through December 31st, 2023. This is Brecken Reinierson.
Certainly a nice fall heifer that comes out here, and one that you have to appreciate for her correctness of design and her straightness of lines. And I think a heifer that one of her strengths is for coming up here on a year of age. She's probably just right in her maturity curve, that she's maintained some youthfulness, but getting some rib shape and dimension in her.
Sounds like we've got a battery that died. He kind of stopped in the middle of his sentence there on his microphone, so see if they get those batteries changed. And again, now we're going to have the top commercial heifers from each of those groups come out. Again, those single entries I'm sure will be competing. Jalen Young was first in that first group.
Commercial heifers calved September 1st through December 31st. Purple went to Brecken Reinierson.
Caden Goodman was second in that first group, so I think those two and the single entries will come out now and compete for champion and reserve champion. Again, waiting to have all of these commercial heifers come out to compete against each other for champion and reserve champion commercial heifer. They're waiting to open the gate over there right now. You'll see them come across your screen when they're ready to go.
Second call, Hereford and Polled Hereford yearling heifers calved January 1 through April 30, 2023. Second call, Hereford and Polled Hereford heifer yearling heifers calved January 1 through April 30th, 2023. First call, Hereford and Poll to Hereford yearling heifers calved May 1 through August 31st, 2023. First call, Hereford and Poll to Hereford yearling heifers calved May 1 through August 31st, 2023. As the purple champion, or as the purple commercial heifers re-enter the arena, we'd like to thank our...
Okay, so these are each of the purples from all of the groups. Obviously, Macy Smith and Brecken Reinierson out there with their purples as single entries in those last two groups. But then we have all of the purples from the first group out there as well. So we've got in total 6 commercial heifers out there competing for champion and reserve champion.
Commercial heifers have awards for 4, so we're going to rank 4 of them. And I've talked about each of the heifer out of the first class is a heifer I appreciate for her straightness of the lines and her completeness. A very nice footed heifer that we talked a little bit about that in some of the classes, just being really good in that space. For her age, I would like to see her just come with a little more rib shape, but a nice made straight line heifer. And then the May heifer that comes out of the second class is one that I would like to see just be a little cleaner made. She's just a little shorter in her front end, a little chuffier up there, but she too is a nice straight line, nice made heifer that you have to appreciate for her balance and her correctness as well. And then the heifer that comes out of the fall class is also a heifer that combines some femininity, some completeness of design. I like her cleanness and trimness, her maturity pattern relative to what she has to offer in her rib shape and design. So I'm going to use the fall heifer for your champion, and we'll pull her up and then follow up here with the young ladies' spring-born heifers. So congratulations to those 2 exhibitors on champion reserve. Then I think for me to pull the May heifer would be in 3rd. And then for your 4th place heifer, I'm going to go and use the gentleman's roan heifer. So congratulations to those 4 exhibitors and everybody that competed in this commercial heifer class.
Again, apologize for his microphone cutting in and out. He's really getting up on that microphone and kind of topping out that audio and clipping that off every now and then. But as you heard there, Brecken Reinierson, the champion commercial heifer. Reserve champion commercial heifer belongs to Jalen Young.
He grew up in Grand Island, Nebraska, was a member of the University of Nebraska Livestock Judging Team. He attended Michigan State University and South Dakota State University, where he coached judging teams and taught animal science classes. He currently serves as the director of the West Central Research and Extension Center for the University of Nebraska at North Platte.
Every time the booth announcer talks, it just kind of confirms to me that something about the judge's voice, the microphone out there just does not like. So that is about what we're going to get on that, but we're getting the information across. It's just kind of up and down and sideways every now and then.
To Brecken Reinierson, reserve Jalen Young. 3rd, Macy Smith. 4th, Caden Goodman.
Okay, so that brings out our next group. As you are seeing, just saw them come across your screen. And now you see them at the north side of the show ring.
Second call,
These are Hereford and Pulled Hereford yearling heifers, calved January 1st through April 30th. Ava Loy, Weston Delaney, William Delaney, Mahia Jones, Ava Loy, Emma Stahlbomber, and Kagan Watoon. All out there.
First call, sentimental heifers, yearling heifers, calved Jan 1 through April 30th, 2023.
Again, Ava Loy out there with 2 entries, Weston Delaney and William Delaney, as well as Mahia Jones, Emma Stahlbomber, and Kagan Watoon. Hereford and Pulled Hereford yearling heifers, calved January 1st through April 30th of last year. And then we will have calved May 1st through August 31st, 2023. After that, before we determine a champion and a reserve champion. Then we'll have Simmental heifers, and then other breed registered yearling heifers. Looks like Speckled Park and then Red Angus, each with a single entry. Again, thanks for joining me here in the Custer County Farm Bureau covered arena. Day 3 of 3 as far as animal judging in this building goes. Of course, on Thursday evening, we'll bring the video equipment back, and we will bring you the livestock auction, which is the unofficial signal to the end of another year of the Custer County Fair. Bring that to you on video. We'll also broadcast it for you, as we have for years, on KCNI1280 AM and 96.3 FM as well. We'd love to have you along in either of those ways, whether it be on the radio or on video. Speaking of KCNI, Dave has been doing some live interviews and some recorded interviews and playing those back on the air for you as well. hopefully you've been enjoying those. I love when people come up and say they enjoyed an interview or what a kid said about their animal or what they've done in 4-H. It's really fun to listen to. So appreciate your kind words about our coverage. It's all made possible by not only those sponsors at the top right-hand part of your screen as far as video goes, but those sponsors you're hearing on the radio as well. Appreciate their help. Looks like Weston Delaney is going to be in 5th, Ava Loy in 6th and 7th with her 2 entries, getting some help out from somebody else. And then we'll have William Delaney, Kagan Wattoon, and we'll see which of these 2 young ladies pulls into the 2nd and 1st positions, and we'll hear from our judge. Looks like it's going to be Mahia Jones in 2nd, Emma
nice
Stahlbaumer in
here,
1st.
And really some nice heifers in this class and some differences in age. For me, the heifer that starts with is just a little better in her foot size and dimension. She handles her pasterns better. She has more angulation there, and she comes just with a little more natural width, particularly through her chest floor and up through her forerib. She's a heifer that's not as showy, you could say, in the front third of her body as the heifer that's in 2nd, but there's just a little more substance to her, more dimension and more mass than the young lady's heifer in 2nd. That heifer in 2nd you have to appreciate for her cleanness up through her head and through her neck. She's a very nice up-headed, high neck type of heifer, but as you watch her walk out, she just needs to be a little better as she moves off of her pastern. She gets up a little up and tight in them, and I'd just like to give her more strength and arch to her forerib. I think the real decision and dilemma for me here is between 3rd and 4th. This March-born heifer in 3rd is certainly just a really big heifer for a March heifer, and you realize that she's going to be a pretty heavy big cow. She does have some nice characteristics about her, added muscle shape and dimension. But this is the gentleman's heifer that goes out the ring very quickly there. Is a nice moderate heifer that probably has just as much longevity in her going down the road because of her moderation of size and how she matches up in her rib size. The gentleman's heifer is another, comes up next along those same lines. I just like to see her be a little heavier structured in her bone and her footwork, but another nice cow for that individual. And then 2 heifers that round off the class with that just need a little more substance to them. Be a little more advanced relative to their maturity, have a little more muscle shape and dimension to them to move them up higher in the class.
Second call, Sentimental Heifers, Yearling Heifers, calved January 1st to April 30th, 2023. Second call, Sentimental Heifers, calved January 1st through April 30th, 2023. First call, Other Bred Registered Yearling Heifers, Speckled Park, calved January 1st through April 30th. First call, Other Breeding Registered Yearling Heifers, Speckled Park, calved January 1st to April 30th.
And this is your group of 2 commercial heifers, yearling heifers, calved May 1st through August 31st, 2023. Doesn't list Hereford and Pulled Hereford next to it on that particular area of the program, but we have not determined a champion or reserve champion in that category yet. And these appear to be Herefords, so I'm going to assume that they are in fact Herefords. Emma Stahlbaumer, Mahia Jones, William Delaney, and Kagan Wittoon all receiving purples out of that previous group. And if it's like the last group, they will award champion, reserve champion, and then the next two places, as they've got some prize money associated with some of these categories. This might be the same type of situation, so we'll see more of them out than just the first and second purple from that first group. Again, this is McCamry Jones and Kirby Vider out there right now in the show ring. Two beautiful heifers.
Heifers here, and as you evaluate them, very similar in their type. They're both May heifers, and they're both modern in their size, and you have to appreciate that about them, with an ample amount of rib shape and volume to them. I'm going to start with the young lady's heifer here to my right. She is just a notch more ideal in her condition, and you can see that she's just a little cleaner up through her front end and through her lower 1/3 than the heifer that's in second. That it is a little more massive, but with that you get just a little fuller brisket, a little more fat along her top line on either side of the tail head. So some of that mass just comes from being just a little heavier condition. I also think the young lady's heifer that wins the class and goes out is just a notch better moving off of her hock and in her pasture, where this heifer here that comes up in second is just a little finer in her bone work. She just doesn't move quite as well on her feet right as she sets him down compared to the heifer that wins the class.
All right, so now we'll see how many come back in. Again, those were two different groups of Hereford and Polled Hereford yearling heifers, depending on when they were calved. McCamry Jones first in that group, Kirby Bider second in that group. So we'll play the counting game as Emma Stahlbaumer leads everybody out. McCamry Jones walked in second, and then coming in third was Mahia Jones. Now coming across your screen, Kirby Bider just walking off the screen. Kagan Wittoon. And then rounding things out is William Delaney. So as expected, we've got 6 entries out there. The first 4 placers from the first group, and then both from the second group as well. And knowing that we've already talked on these before, the judge is going to come out here and talk a little bit more and give us a champion in reserve.
We'll place 5 here in the Herefords for the added money that they have, and our 2 class winners are down on this end, and you certainly have to appreciate each of those. The older heifer on the far end is one that you have to like for extra added dimension, and that's what we talked about in her winning the class, and a very nice footed heifer as well. And then the May heifer that comes out of the second class is one that you have to appreciate for being very good in her structure. And she's also a heifer that sits down well on her feet, and you have to like her feet size and dimension as well. The thing about her is that she also combines that with being a very nice balanced heifer that comes out of her neck and shoulder very well. So I think 2 really good representation of heifers here in the Hereford breed here. I'm going to use the younger heifer, the May, as your champion, so if you could pull her up ahead, that'd be great. And then we'll bring your heifer up here into this slot. All right, the second place May comes up, and I commented on her just in this last class of you like her mass and dimension and her straightness of lines, but she's one that just is a little heavier condition, maybe that's what's ideal. And as she brings her around, you can see that in her. So for reserve, I'll use the older heifer, or the heifer out of the first class for your reserve heifer. So give those 2 exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations.
Okay, so your reserve champion, Emma Stahlbaumer, your champion in her Hereford and pulled Hereford heifers, McCamry Jones.
Cleaner in her makeup versus one that's a little heavier condition and a little more mature in her makeup. So very close in my mind. I'm going to use the heifer out of the first class and then follow with the heifer out of their second place class as your 4th place heifer. So that's congratulations to those 4. And then our 5th place heifer then becomes our older heifer by coming in 3rd in that class, this March-born heifer. So congratulations to all the Hereford exhibitors.
Okay, so to add to that champion and reserve champion, due to the top 5 being awarded money, 3rd went to Mahia Jones, 4th Kirby Viner, and 5th Kagan Watoon. That brings us to Sentimental heifers. 1 group of 3 here, and then we've got 2 single entry groups of other breed registered yearling heifers. So that is what is coming up. And when you see them come across the screen, that's when they are entering in. Again, results of everything that has happened to this point today, scrolling at the bottom part of your screen. Okay, so here comes this group. Catherine Phelps coming in to join Heston Scott and Elizabeth Phelps. Getting some help from Kagan Watoon coming on in. I want to take a moment to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Nebraska State Bank, proud to be your local bank serving the area since 1918. With 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow, they have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Thank you as well to Healing Hearts and Families, working to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala this fall. Please continue to notice those sponsors scrolling at the top right-hand part of your screen. Cannot be here providing this video coverage without them. Several of them also involved in sponsoring radio coverage of reports from the fair and interviews as well, which have been playing on KCNI, AM and FM. And will do so all the way through the parade. Thank you as well to all of those sponsors for being a part of the broadcast of the auction, which takes place tomorrow night. We'll have that for you on KCNI as well as here on video, which we started doing just this last year as far as video goes. Always encourage you coming out and bidding and helping out these kids make a little bit of money. It's kind of the reward for all of their hard work, along with the ribbons and awards, of course. Heston Scott, Elizabeth Phelps, left and right respectively on your screen right now. Catherine Phelps just off your screen to the right. They're all going to go to the north part of the show ring. Looks like we're going to have Elizabeth Phelps come in third, Catherine Phelps second, and Heston Scott first. We'll hear a little bit more about them from the judge.
Yeah, I think that's right. Certainly here in your Sentimental division, very from a standpoint of her completeness of design and some of the items that we've talked about in the heifers that we've gone through in the previous classes today. You can see that this heifer puts those things together. You look at her foot size and the dimension of her foot, she handles that quite well. She's very good in her angles all the way through. I particularly like the femininity that she has up in her neck and shoulder and head. Very good down her top line and out of her hip. She's, for her age, is a heifer that's starting to look a little more mature in her rib shape and design, and certainly you have to appreciate that about her. I think the next two heifers get a little close. Exhibitor's heifer that comes up in second is one that I think just has a little more to her from a standpoint of having a little more width through her chest floor. She comes a little bit wider out of her hoops and pins. She just needs probably just a little more feed to her to help her develop a little more foally, but a nice heifer in regards to her straightness of lines. I think the heifer that comes up in third, much like the heifer that's ahead of her, just needs to have a little more shape and expression to her rib. As you study her, just a little depth and more capacity to her. She also is just a little finer bone than maybe what's ideal for her at this age, but another heifer that is a pretty straight line, feminine type of heifer.
So again, with there only being one group there, your champion Sentimental heifer belonged to Heston Scott. A reserve champion Sentimental heifer belonged to Catherine Phelps. And then we'll have a single entry with Rex Myers coming in on your screen there. This is other breed registered yearling heifers. Speckled Park. Again, we started this morning at 8 a.m. with the 4-H Stocker Feeder Show. Excuse me, the 4-H Stocker Feeder Show. Official schedules showed that we were supposed to start with the FFA Stocker Feeder Show. We'll see if they just switch the order of that around or if there are no FFA Stocker Feeders. Could be either one of those situations.
Has developed quite well in her growth pattern and her maturity. Effort that has got some shape and dimension to her rib, and this exhibitor's doing an exceptional job with it. Was giving him a round of applause.
Okay, so that was Rex Myers, and now Kirby Viter. Or Beater, I should ask. That is one of the pronunciations that is tripping me up. But Kirby is going to be coming in here shortly. Her single entry. Again, schedule showed FFA Stocker Feeder Show followed by the 4-H Stocker Feeder Show. We, of course, started with the 4-H show. But now we have moved on to 4-H breeding heifers. So we either had no FFA Stocker Feeders or they're going to be circling back to that. Clover Kid Bucket Calf Parade is what shows next on the schedule, and then Junior Herd and Best Group of 3 Beef. Then at 11 o'clock, the 4-H and FFA Beef Fitting and Showing Contest. Always like watching the setup for that. They bring a ton of equipment in, and the teams all work together to go through all of the fitting and showing preparation together, and they're judged on how well they work together and how well they prepare their entry. And then we'll have a nice little break in there. 1 p.m. is, and a transformation of the show ring will take place as well. 4-H and then FFA Dairy Cattle will take place on the east side of the ring, and then 4-H then FFA Goat Show will take place on the west end of the ring, and that'll wrap things up for today.
For that exhibitor, she's just not wanting to be in the ring too much by herself, but I have for that you have to appreciate for being just extra stout in her makeup for a Red Angus heifer. She has some width and dimension all the way through, and she has some good curvature to her rib shape, and you get behind her, has some muscle shape and dimension. So I think a nice heifer for that young exhibitor, and I think will make an excellent cow down the road.
Okay, so now I'm going to guess they're going to loop her back around, and they're going to bring Rex and Kirby both back out, and then one of them will be a grand champion, one will be a reserve champion. comes Rex right there. So Rex and Kirby both going to come in. Both of them receiving purples in their single entry groups. One of them will be grand champion, one will be reserve champion. Okay, so they're not having those two come out at the moment. It looks like they're going right. Well, I think this is for overall. So we're looking for overall grand champion breeding heifer and reserve champion breeding heifers. We've got all of the winners from throughout the breeding heifer show coming in here. And coming in at the end, Rex and Kirby with their single entries, each of them receiving purples. Each of the reserve champions coming in and setting up on the north side of the ring as well in the categories that had a reserve champion, which was not all of them. So let's run down who all is out here. Champion Black Angus heifer was Braxton Reinierson, the reserve champion to the north side of the show ring. Turning around right there is Colt Christensen. Otto Petrick was the champion Charlet. Paisley Seta, reserve champion, up there to the top part of the show ring. Brecken Reinierson was the champion in commercial heifer. Jalen Young had the reserve champion in that category. And then McCamry Jones was the champion Hereford and Pulled Hereford heifer exhibitor. Emma Stahlbaumer had the reserve in that category. And then for Simmental heifers, it was Heston Scott as champion, reserve champion Catherine Phelps. And then we had the Rex Myers and Kirby Vider single entry groups. They're competing down here along the southern edge as well. We'll go ahead and hear from the judge and get an overall.
An exceptional breeding heifer show here that you have, and my compliments to the exhibitors for the cattle that they brought out here. The Angus heifer on the far end is one that we commented is just really complete made, and for March heifer, you have to appreciate her rib and her volume and how she's put together. And as you watch her make a loop around here, she's very good in her overall structure and design. I really like this Charlet heifer that this exhibitor brought out. And when he gets her head up, you can see she's a nice made, very feminine made heifer that I think will be a nice cow for that exhibitor going down the road. Excellent disposition for that exhibitor in that breed, and certainly you have to appreciate that about her. And then our commercial heifer here is a nice, stylish made, fall-born heifer that you have to appreciate her structural correctness and design. And as you get her out here, you have to decide some differences in age and her maturity pattern, where she is relative to her width. But she's a very proportionate made heifer. The Hereford heifer, you have to appreciate her for being very complete in her design. She is a nice, moderate made heifer that has an ample amount of rib and volume to her. And when that young lady gets her set up, she comes together quite well and on the move, a nice structurally made and correct heifer. And much can be said the same for the Sentimental heifer directly in front of me. That exhibitor does an excellent job with her. She's a heifer that comes at you really in very good working clothes. She's not overfed, she's not overfat. She is a heifer that is very good in her lines. And if anything, you have to appreciate all those traits about her. I think will make a very nice cow for that exhibitor down the road. And then you have the speckled white heifers here, one that we have to appreciate for her durability. And the red Angus heifer is extremely stout made heifer that you have to like for her overall mass, width, and dimension. So we'll pick a champion reserve, and what we'll do, I'll use the Angus for your champion heifer overall, and that means we'll bring up this gentleman's Angus heifer, and we'll take a look at her in the lineup.
So that would mean Braxton Ryan-Nierson is awarded grand champion in breeding heifers. And being pulled in to be judged now, Colt Christensen, as he was a reserve in Angus. So you see him pulled to the left side of your screen up there in the far corner.
So if you remember this Angus heifer that was beat a heifer that's a little more showy in her type and kind. And I like this second place Angus heifer a lot from a standpoint of just being a really good, sound, functional type of cow with a tremendous amount of body. And I really think in this lineup, she is in contention, but there's a lot of other heifers to look at. And for me, I like the presence, the portionality, and the body shape of your Hereford heifer. She'll be reserved, so congratulations to you.
That would be McCamry Jones. Reserve champion breeding heifer. So that all but closes out the breeding heifer show. As you can see, it's almost time for one of my favorite parts of the Custer County Fair, the Clover Kids Bucket Calf Parade. So we'll make sure to get a good shot of them all coming into the show ring.
Grand champion breeding heifer went to Braxton Ryan-Nierson. Reserve McCamry Jones.
So again, congratulations to Braxton Reinierson and McCamry Jones. Best group of 3 beef, I believe, is going to happen after the Clover Kids Bucket Calf Parade. We're about to see these kids come in right now. And so they're going to...
Well, good morning, everyone. Now we have our Clover Kid Bucket Calf project. They just completed their interviews with our judge, Atlin Watoon. She's in the here. She did a very nice job for us this year. This was her second year. We have 26 participants this year in our Clover Kid Bucket Calf interview process. I'm just going to read through the kid's name and calf's name as well. They won't be as they're coming in the ring, but I just wanted to give them their recognition. We have Tannen Bader with her calf Lucy, Eva Bartok with her calf Louie. We have Quinn Blakeman with her calf Skittles. We have Grayson Sharon with his calf T-Bone. We have Jet Connor with his calf Blaze. We have Retley Cookson with the calf Honey Bowl. We have Whitley Delaney with the calf Oinky. We have Bo Duckett with the calf Ranger. We have Olivia Foken with the calf Penelope. We have Reese Hagler with the calf Shadow. We have Colin Johnson with his calf Dark Chocolate. We have Owen Larson with his calf Charcoal. Carly Nelson with her calf Lily. We have Kyle Nelson with his calf Mario. We have Kinsley Pelster with her calf Jessie. We have Andrea Poland with her calf Star. We have Ava Rosentrader with her calf Ellie. We have Baron Rosentrader with his calf Frisky. We have Lenny Rosentrader with his calf Icy. We have Ridge Seta with his calf Silver Dollar. We have Peyton Slagle with the calf Milky. We have Andy Smith with her calf Rammy. We have Maggie Sterner with her calf Roxy. We have Rietta Thomas with her calf Flower. And we have Ricky Vider with the calf Lemon Lime, and Oakley Zudavern with the calf Charlotte. So that is our 26 Clover Kid bucket calves. Have quite a great group of 6- and 7-year-olds that will be coming back as they get older, showing in the other cattle classes at the Custer County Fair. With that, I will turn the mic over to our bucket calf interview judge.
Well, if you guys didn't know, my name is Atlin Watoon, and not very long ago, I was in the show ring showing. And I just want to say, it's so fun to see the next generation work with their calves and get ready for the county fair. And I asked them sorts of questions, and a lot of the questions they did really good. And one of my challenging questions is do you know their birthday and how much did they weigh? And believe it or not, there is quite a few who knew both of those questions or at least one. And that's something to see in such a young generation, to actually know not just how to take care of their calf, but more of the behind. And some of them even said, you know, my calf was big and its mom died at birth, or it came out as a twin. And for them just to know that, you know that they are not only getting ready for their county fair, but they're helping their parents at home. And these kids did an awesome job, and I just want to say I'm proud of every one of you, and I'm proud to be able to help the next generation get ready for their show careers. So thank you, guys.
Have to love the Clover Kids Bucket Calf Parade. And that portion up to the judge finishing up her comments. I'm going to post that full video.
Group of 3.
I'm going to post that full video up separately on the Sand Hills Express YouTube excuse me, the Sandhills Express Facebook page. If you have a family member out there that you want to share that video with, it'll be separate from this full, long live stream for you to easily share. Best group of 3 beef is going to be coming your direction next. Everyone is getting ready for that competition. Takes a little bit of time to get those all together, so we'll give you a shot of all of the bucket calves leaving. And then we'll go ahead and get ready for that best group of 3 beef, which is coming your way very shortly. Welcome back. Group of 3 beef. All in the show ring. Now we had several scratches, so it's going to be hard until these are officially announced as far as who the champion and reserve are to verify who each of the entries is, because it's such a group effort for everybody. So we'll just try to give you as many shots as we can and then hear from the judge and determine our champion and reserve champions. Again, you're looking at group of 3 beef. Some groups tend to go more for uniformity. Some groups go a little bit more for putting the highest ranking purple ribbon and champions all together, but maybe not necessarily uniform or the same breeds. So we'll hear what the judge has to say now.
Well, this is an excellent activity for these exhibitors and or families, because it's unique to see them all come out and show what maybe one exhibitor or them as a family have brought forward to the fair. So it is very unique in that respect, and it shows the hard work that you put together all summer. And then I think what really shows is the different programs' emphasis around the ring. I mean, you can see some performance cattle in here. You can see maybe some show-oriented cattle in here, but you get a little bit of everything that you have seen throughout the day. So I think you got to be proud of what's been put together here and what these exhibitors have brought forth. And you have some excellent individuals in each pen, and some of these pens have a champion or high-placing animal in each of them. And I think that's very commendable to all these exhibitors. So please give these exhibitors a round of applause and their families for doing this. This is a very nice exercise. I think it's close for me between the champion and reserve. There's a set of cattle that came out that consistently impressed me relative to their market characteristics, and maybe they didn't win overall. But I think they're really sound, functional cattle. They have a heifer in that pen that was also in a really tough Angus heifer class, but she's a good individual. I'm going to use this pen directly in front of me here as your champion. Has your champion Angus steer, high-placing semi in there, and your Angus heifer. So you can bring them out. They'll be your champion. Congratulations to that family and exhibitor. And then I'm going to follow for reserve with the Herefords on the far end. Has your champion heifer in it, a really good steer in that, and another heifer that was really in contention there. So that'll be your reserve, and then we'll give all these pens purples, and congratulations to those families.
Okay, so we'll just wait and have the names confirmed of the champion and reserve champion and pass those along to you. Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, fitting and showing team competition is set up.
Marks. Get set. Go.
And they have officially started, and let the dust fly. I was talking to Dave here between events. This might be the most teams I've seen in the fitting and showing contest. I'll have to see if someone corrects me on that, but I feel like I've seen 10 before. I don't think I've seen a dozen, but there are a dozen teams out there. Ansley Junior Livestock, Four Corners, Great Connections, Middle Loop 4-H, Oconto 4-H, and Sandhill Critters and South Loop 4-H all represented out there with one or multiple teams. And again, they have 15 minutes to get their cattle show ready. The generators are humming. The dust is flying. The combs are combing. And the trimmers are trimming. And again, the judging portion of this includes the cohesiveness of the group, how well they work together, and then the look of the cattle afterwards as well. How well different members of the team do different tasks. All kinds of different things a part of this judging for beef fitting and showing. Again, you'll see scrolling at the bottom of your screen all of the results that have taken place so far today. Only thing I'm missing on there was group of 3 beef, and I'll add that now. Groups out here competing in the 2024 fitting and showing competition. There are posts up on my personal Facebook page as well, giving the results of each of the events starting all the way back on Monday morning. Just search Jeremy Shipe, KCNI, KBBN Radio, and you'll see that. I've also been sharing those to the Sandhills Express Facebook page as well. And all these groups out here working hard together. 15 minutes goes by pretty quickly. And this just kind of gives everybody a view right in front of an audience in the show ring as to what goes on before any of these animals make it into the show ring for any of the normal showing days. Or maybe not always at this frantic of a pace, or 15-minute pace. Or maybe with this many people working on each animal. Again, haven't had any of the other time warnings come out yet. "15 minutes is the time limit for this event. Again, yet to go on today. After this is over, they will tear down this ring completely and get it ready for the 4-H goat show on one side of the ring, and then the dairy show on the other. And we'll bring that all to you right here on the stream as well. A little bit shorter day on Wednesday compared to yesterday and Monday. We'll still have complete start to finish coverage for you, and hope you join us for it. Good amount of wind kicking up some dust again here at the fairgrounds. Kind of a wind that has me thinking I should check the radar, see if maybe another little spurt of storms is coming in. I haven't taken a look at it, but it just kind of has that feel to it. Want to thank Purple Ribbon sponsors A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, a trusted name in auto repair and maintenance services for families across our area. They offer a wide variety of services that your vehicle needs to thrive. Go and find them on Facebook or stop in to visit with them. Thank you as well to Sargent Irrigation for bringing you Custer County Fair coverage. With 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa, they're proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. Find them online or on Facebook. They're proud of all the participants who work so hard towards fair. Thank you as well to our friends at Custer Public Power District, keeping your lights shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. that is served 100% by public power. That is awesome. Custer Public Power, proudly serving Custer County community and beyond, locally owned and governed by you. And thank you to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, proud to be serving the Custer County area. Right now, land is moving at a high rate of speed, so if you are considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact John Farley with Lashley Land to find out what your land might be worth. Call 308-530-7854 or check out lashleyland.com. Okay, the 5-minute warning just went out. I would say that the pace quickened by some of the kids, but it's been a pretty consistent pace by all of them since we started up 10 minutes ago. Judge making some slightly different observations than he's made in past competitions. Completely different observations. This has to do with how the teams work together, how they spread out their tasks. Do they have a clean work area? Do they have all of their equipment in places where they can access it efficiently? Are they working to avoid tripping over each other, and are they working like a well-oiled machine, basically? And again, we're less than 5 minutes away from hearing the judge's thoughts as he takes in this competition. Again, running really low on time here. Last warning we heard was the 5-minute warning, and it's got to be running out here pretty soon. Final preparations are being made. Twelve groups competing in the fitting and showing competition. Again, if you want to watch back any of our streams, they are available on the Sandhills Express YouTube and Facebook pages when competition closes out. Day 1 and day 2 of those videos are available. 1 minute left being announced here in the show ring. I believe, if I'm remembering right, their last preparation, they have to be able to get their animal out and in front of their equipment and ready to present to the judge. And that is kind of this 1 minute time limit remaining. That is what a lot of them are starting to do, as you see on your screen. Start moving their cattle out in order to show to the judge. First group just off the right-hand side of your screen there, the first ones to get theirs out and ready for the judge. 10 seconds remaining. And the The scramble to get them out in front to show is complete. And again, they've got numbers on their backs. We, however, do not have numbers in the program to be able to coordinate with which group those are, so we'll have to wait for the announcement to officially know who these different groups are that are competing. Judges in the past have talked to some of the kids as a part of the judging. We will see if Kelly Bruns wants to do that. All the kids show getting their cattle into the correct stance for the judge. Obviously, the last part of the judging is the end product, right? So he's looking that over right now. Judge continuing to look things over a little bit. We'll hear from him eventually and determine who the champion and reserve champion and the fitting and showing is. Again, represented out here, there are 12 different entries, some of them one club with multiple teams. Ansley Junior Livestock, Four Corners, Great Connections, Middle Loop 4-H, Oconto 4-H, Sandhill Critters, and South Loop 4-H all represented. Again, yet to come today, this fitting and showing contest will wrap up here shortly, and then we'll have a break for lunch, and during that time they'll kind of transition everything from the way things look right now to what they'll look like for the 4-H Dairy Cattle Show and the 4-H Goat Show, to be followed by the FFA Goat Show. FFA Dairy Cattle is at 3. To round things out. Other things happening at the fairgrounds today, 6 p.m. 4-H Awards presentation. That's following the Goat Show. That'll be at 6. Option of early release of 4-H horses is at 5. 8 p.m. a cornhole tournament, axe throwing, live music, and food trucks are all going to be going on. That registration starts at 7 if you would like to compete in that. There is money on the line. Sounds like a fun way to spend the evening. While the judge is wrapping up his conversations, want to thank Moline Seed and Fence, serving farmers and ranchers by providing quality products at an affordable price. They're always looking for new products that will benefit farmers and ranchers. Their motto is simple: we operate out of our ranch to save your ranch money. Give them a call at 308-529-0781. Judge there just to the right of the center of your screen, speaking with the final 2 teams here before we'll probably hear from him. And we'll go on a pretty good break. They'll get everything ready for goats over here on this area of the show ring. Then about 3/4 of the show ring is going to be dedicated to the dairy show. Judge making some final notes. These group awards, really cool. You know, the kids compete alone a lot of the time, but they work together as 4-H groups behind the scenes quite a bit. So whenever they have those best of 5 or best of 3 group awards, as well as this fitting and showing, it allows them to compete together and have some fun in a different competitive way. Do want to give a shout out here before the judge grabs the microphone to Viera Wireless. We are using a Viera wireless connection in order to stream from the Custer County Fair for you. They also provide a great connection for all of the things that we broadcast throughout the year. Here's the judge.
Do or prove on, and you only have 15 minutes to get that done. And so there's some aspects that maybe they could have done better. There's some aspects that I talked to him about that maybe pulled him out of getting some extra points in how I looked at it. If you just start with a base number of 10 and you work from there, you did these things, you get a little more. If you didn't do these things, you lose a little bit. But I'm gonna recognize 5 teams, and I'm gonna do this a little different. Those 5 teams will be your purples, the balanced blues, and so we'll just start with the 5th place team, and we'll just bring them out here and put them in the center, and that'll be Team 5. So if Team 5, you just pull up and just pull your calf here in the center. They'll be your 5th place purple. They're one of the teams that got the really slick-haired calf, but they got the tail done, and they did some things like that. And then the other team would be Team 11. Is that You're 11. Oh, you're 11. Yep, you can just go down there. They'll be your fourth place team. And they did also, you can just pull him right down there, just face him in the center. And also did an excellent job, and will be purple. And then I went with Team 10. All right, if Team 10 would go down there, they'll be your third place purple. Another group that did a excellent job of getting them set up, and a few things they could have done to maybe move a notch higher. I think the next two teams, your top two teams, are pretty close, and some things that each of them could have maybe done a little better, sorted them apart. I'm going to use Team 9 for your second place team, and they did an excellent job working together in getting them placed. And then your first place team will be Team 1, so congratulations to that team. Let's give everybody a round of applause. It's been great exercise, and I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Okay, so Team 1 were the champions, and that team was made up of the two Stall Bomber girls and the two Jones girls. Believe they are with Ansley Junior Livestock. We'll just go ahead and wait for the announcement just to make sure that we get that information all correctly. I don't believe more than one. I think the teams can be from more than one 4-H group. That might be true as well. Again, we've reached a point where I know less than I normally do, which is saying something. Because I don't know a whole lot. Didn't compete in 4-H myself, but we'll go ahead and hear the announcement here. Maybe about that. We'll see.
Once we kind of get the animals out of the ring, if I could get some volunteers to help, we need to move these panels over here against the beam or something so we can get ready for our next show. I just need some muscle power. If I could get some help to move these panels, please. Thank you.
Okay, so they're going to clear the arena. I will keep my ears open to see which teams won that fitting and showing contest, and hope to pass that along to you a little bit later on. Right now, I've got to go move some camera equipment before it's moved for me. So, with that, when we come back, we will bring you the dairy and goats side of things. Thanks so much for tuning in to Sandhills Express on YouTube and Facebook. One last sponsor to thank before we head to a break. Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopt of Anselmo are your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. For more than 90 years, Pioneer has developed and tested products to meet local challenges. Their leading products are protected by traits and technologies to maximize the genetic and yield potential of your Pioneer brand seed. Contact Monty, Mike, and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. Again, we'll step away. Dairy and goats coming your direction after a lunch break. The start time for those events is 1 o'clock on the schedule. I don't believe they'll start any sooner than that. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, things have transformed over the noon hour, and we are getting ready to start with the 4-H Goat Show at the 2024 Custer County Fair. Caleb Durheim is the judge today. Had the opportunity to talk to him a little bit ago. He's looking forward to a great goat show, and I'm looking forward to passing it along to you. Also, on the other side of the ring, not this small ring on your screen, but the large ring as a whole, the 4-H Dairy Show is going to be happening. So we'll be keeping an eye on that side as well and kind of flipping back and forth to let you know about how both of those shows are going. Again, as we get our stream started back up, we want to thank our Purple Ribbon sponsors, including Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, Grocery Cart, the Custer County Ag Society, C&M Auto in Anselmo, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation, Custer Public Power District, Moline Seed and Fence, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, and Pioneer Seed. We'll hear a little bit more about each of them as we work our way through the afternoon's activities. Dairy and goats, the only things left for the Custer County Fair 2024. .4-H goats first, FFA goats second. Dairy, it might be the opposite. FFA and then 4-H. Either way, we'll let you know. As is typical with any of the animals that are shown at the Custer County Fair, we'll start with showmanship. Senior goat showmanship will be first, those 14 and older as of January 1st of this year. Junior goat showmanship is those between 11 and 13 years of age as of January 1st. And then pre-junior goat showmanship is those between the ages of 8 and 10 as of January 1st of this year. So we'll have a champion and a reserve champion in each of those categories, and then we will bring back all the top competitors there and determine an overall grand champion and an overall reserve champion goat showman. So that all is coming your direction here shortly. Senior showmanship is what you will see first.
Wolf from Kearney, Nebraska. He has been a dairy farmer for numerous years and made some changes in the last year or two and is doing some other things now with some beef. We'd welcome him to judge our show. We're going to go ahead and get started with senior showmanship and first call for junior showmanship.
Okay, so senior showmanship starting over here on the goat side, or excuse me, on the dairy side.
Our judge today for the goats is Caleb Durham of Lincoln. He is actually from Columbus, Ohio, graduate of UNL in ag business. He has been a member has showed various different livestock, cattle, sheep, hogs, and goats, judged on the East Coast and the Midwest and all different things. Welcome, Caleb. Showmanship. We are actually, on our list is actually senior showmanship first. In there we'll have Callie Harris, Mahia Jones, Emerson Palmer, Lainey Palmer, Lorena Shada, Traven Shada, and Keelan Shada, or Keelan Watoon.
So right now on your screen you're seeing Haley Rosiski, Ainsley Junior Livestock, and senior showmanship, single entry in the 4-H Dairy Show. And you just heard senior goat showmanship being announced. Callie Harris, Mahia Jones, Emerson Palmer, Lainey Palmer, Lorena Shada, Traven Shada, and Keelan Watoon. All getting ready to come into the show ring over there. And we'll show you them as they enter the show ring here. Again, showmanship. About showing off your animal to the best of your abilities that the animal allows you to. Judge is going to be keeping track of your eye contact with him, your positioning between yourself and the animal and him, positioning of the animal that you get set up so that he can get the best look of it for judging. That's what showmanship is all about, and that same kind of thing is going on the other side of the show ring as well with 4-H Dairy. Mr. Ziski is over there right now in senior showmanship representing the Ansley Junior Livestock Club. You see her there, top left of your screen. You know, Judge, as is typical in any animal showmanship, having a conversation with each of the competitors. Got 3 left along the bottom rail now. And we're going to hear from the dairy judge here shortly, right now actually.
Showmanship here. A young lady in here by herself, which is kind of a shame. A young lady that could stand a lot of competition. You just admire the way she holds the head up and proper and straight in line with the body of the animal. She walks nice and slowly. Always watching me and her animal at the same time. Maybe could get those feet set up a little bit quicker, but that's sometimes the animal. I'm not sure she likes these goats down here. So, just a very nice job. Just love, and I hope you young kids getting ready to come in kind of was able to watch just a little bit how she controls that head and keeps it straight in line with the body.
Okay, so Ms. Rosiski is obviously going to be your champion senior showman. Now there are going to be 5 entries in junior showmanship.
Is Haley Rosiski, and the sponsor of the banner is Casey and Molly Barron. So if any of our sponsors are available after the show, we can take some pictures with you if you'd like to come to the banner.
Again, junior showmanship, 5 entries coming into the ring off of your screen. Callie Harris and Mahia Jones, the last 2 competing in the senior showmanship for goats. Let's take a listen.
Nothing better than goats, right? And a really good way to go get us started with showmanship. Young lady right here just does a lights out good job. One that in terms of her power, she does a really good job getting that weather powered up. Does a good job getting him set up, and just knowing where I am, her ring presence is really good. She walked in and she owned it, right? In showmanship, you know what? That's your game. You got to walk in, you got to own it. You got to act like you've never lost, and that's what this young lady does really well. One that she just lights out kind of good. Young lady coming up next, one here with the red doe, or sorry, not red doe, red weather. One that in terms of her feet placement does a really good job. One that in terms of getting the weather to brace does a pretty good job. Just got to work on just got to work there on your ring presence. One that if you're going to stand to the side of the goat, get off him because you're kind of like a half brace, half off kind of spot right now. Just kind of makes you look more awkward. So if we can figure out how to get you either in front or the side, I think you'd benefit from that. Young lady coming up next. One that in terms of her pace and tempo, you really, really have to like. One that in terms of her job getting the feet set does a good job. Was a nickel late there on the turn when I went up front. But one that in terms of her pace and tempo, you really, really have to like. Young lady coming out next there with the big weather. One that in terms of her feet placement, I really like. She goes back there and sets her hand, or sets his feet with her hands, which I was always taught to do growing up. Just got to work on your hand placement there. We got to talk about there on the rail. But one that in terms of her smoothness you have to like. Young lady coming up next, we kind of talked about it there for a second. Definitely more of a goat problem today than her. Her goat was feeling frisky. Didn't quite want to do its job when we had him lined up here in the profile. It's kind of dancing left and right. When she gets him to calm down, she does a really good job getting the weather set and doing right. Just unfortunate for her today that her weather was kind of being a pain. Same kind of story for the next 2 goats coming out. Ones that in terms of their showman, they do a really good job in their pace and tempo and being smooth. But showmanship is a 2-man game, and when your dance partner doesn't want to do their job, it's kind of hard to move up further.
Okay, so your champion in senior showmanship for the senior goat showmanship, that is Mahia Jones. Your reserve champion is Callie Harris. We'll swing over here while the junior goat showmen are coming in and give you a look at the junior showmanship going on. Those that are 8 to 11 years of age and older, January 1st. This is the Dairy Junior Showmanship. Brindley Bachman, Fletcher Bellinger, Griffin Bellinger, Pearl Williams, and Sophia Williams. Good to see there are lots of junior showmen in dairy. Coming up means the future of 4-H dairy is bright. If you remember back, we just had 1 senior showman, so it's good to have that junior showmanship category have plenty in it. Back over in the goat ring, junior goat showmanship happening. Mason Bemerwald, Leah Cox, Olivia Doggett, Addie Jones, Mesa Jones, Lauren Reef, and Quinn Rosentrader. Let's see here if they are set up in. Don't believe they're in any particular order, as I see Lauren Reif not in the, and several of them are kind of a little out of order. So we'll continue to give you a shot of them as they work around here. Again, we're in junior goat showmanship, and we're in junior showmanship for dairy as well off of your screen at the moment. Junior showmanship in dairy. And junior goat showmanship continuing over here. Lots of really good things going on both sides of the ring. Very good junior showmen on both sides. So you can see on your screen, plenty of goats to come. After junior and pre-junior goat showmanship is wrapped up, we will bring you dairy goat classes and then meat goat classes, of which there's a significant larger amount of meat goats. Again, the judge pulling over each competitor, talking to them a little bit. And then we'll find out our top two here. Olivia Doggett left out there, and I believe Mesa Jones. So those are going to be your top two. As they're circling around for the judge to have one more view. Get their goats set up. Get that eye contact back, that foot placement correct. Judge keeping an eye on all of those showmanship qualities. And it looks like we're going to hear from him.
Our showmanship division. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them. Two young ladies that are very similar with how they show a lot of power, a lot of ring presence, and I really like that about them. What sorted it is they're on that last lap, bring them over here. You have to be precise when you set legs, getting your goat ready, and that's what this young lady did over here. She got her weather over here. She popped his front, got his front feet set, had to fix one, had him locked in and ready to go, and that's what won her for. She does a really good job getting that weather braced, getting him powered up, setting her feet. Knowing her I am, young lady does a really, really nice job. Young lady coming out next is one that in terms of her power, you also really have to like. She gets really good brace and feel out of the weather. One that got to be more precise with how we set those back feet if you want to win today. One that when you pop them up, sometimes the weather wants to set his back feet for you, sometimes he doesn't. If you fix that, first and second could very easily be swapped. Young lady coming out next here with the doe. One that in terms of her smoothness and her pace and tempo, you really have to like. Just unfortunate for her that as this heat went on, her doe is becoming more antsy. Didn't want to stay set, didn't want to stay in line there. But in terms of smoothness, you really have to like that young lady showing. Young man coming out next, similar story. One that in terms of his smoothness and his pace and tempo, you really have to like. We kind of talked about how if you're going to show a market weather, got to have him powered up, especially when I go in for the handle. With these market animals, muscle matters, and there's no better way to show off their muscle than when you have them powered up and bracing. So we kind of talked about that. Young lady coming out next here, one that in terms of smoothness, you really, really have to like. Young lady's really, really good in getting around the ring. You just got to work on getting those back feet set up. Young lady coming out next there with the big weather. One that she does a really good job getting that weather powered up. She gets a really good brace out of him. One that when she pops him up, she wants to pull him too far forward, getting him overstretched, causing him to break there in terms of his skeleton. Young lady coming out next, one that in terms of a size advantage, definitely it's harder to show a goat that is that small. We kind of talked about moving the collar up on the goat. Was not having a good time walking there. And just in terms of her feet placement, got to be better. Really good class.
Okay, so your champion in junior showmanship was Mesa Jones, your reserve champion, Olivia Doggett. That'll bring us back over to Derry. Let's take a listen.
Here on the end and first, this did so much better controlling that head and keeping that head straight with the body. He didn't always have that animal set up right, but he kept attempting to get her in position. But he wins today by controlling that head and then always having control over the animal, over the young man in second. They also did a really good job, just maybe not as much controlling that head, maybe not getting those feet and legs set up quite as quick as the young man in first. The young lady in third, a little disadvantage having such a young calf out here, and that's what I told her. It makes it difficult. Sometimes they cooperate and sometimes they don't. But she did a nice job of watching me, a nice job of controlling her animal. Just like to get those feet set up just a little bit quicker and a little better. And as we move on down, the two girls with the Jersey cows are also a little bit of disadvantage because they're showing cows that are a little bit larger and a little bit heavier than these girls are. But they did a very nice job. Controlling the animals got better as the show went through. So I think they did great. We just need to work on getting a little bit more control and a little bit better at getting those feet set right. Nice job, girls.
In the ring for goats is our pre-juniors with Brecken Doggett, McCamry Jones, and Cora Rosentrader.
Okay, so your champion in junior showmanship for Dairy was Griffin Bellinger, and your reserve champion, Fletcher Bellinger. And as you heard, what you're looking at now is pre-junior goat showmanship. 3 entries there: Brecken Doggett, McCamry Jones, and Cora Rosentrader. Pre-junior goat showmanship on your screen right now. Brindley Bachman heading from junior showmanship into dairy classes now. Spring heifers calved March 1st to April 30th of this year being shown right now. There's Brindley right there. Okay, we'll hear from the goat judge.
Got another really good group here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them. One that definitely has some more sort and challenge to it. You got some different types of showmen out here, so it's a little bit more of personal preference. But I think the combination showman is the young lady right here. One that in terms of her smoothness you really have to like. Her pace and tempo is really good, getting that weather powered up. One that maybe doesn't always get the back feet set up quite right, but one that certainly puts in the effort to get it done, getting the weather popped up, looking good, and young lady does a really nice job. Young lady coming up next certainly started off with a challenge with her doe, not quite wanting to work with her, not quite wanting to get out and travel with ease, but one that as the heat went on, she got better. She didn't let it fluster her. So many times you walk in here with an animal that's frustrated, not wanting to do their job, and then the showman gets frustrated, and then everything just goes down the drain. Young lady does a really good job staying cool, staying calm, does a good job getting that doe powered up. Really nice way to go ahead and stay in it today. Young lady coming out next, one that is super, super smooth. I love how the young lady is able to get out, get her weather to travel and track really well. One that does a good job of trying to get him set up. Got to work on getting that weather powered up. We are showing market animals here, so getting that weather powered up I think would be a big thing for her. But overall, really, really nice class.
So your champion in pre-junior showmanship is McCamry Jones. Your reserve champion is Brecken Doggett.
Walks around. She's straight over the top line, wide in those hooks and pins, and got plenty of depth in the forerib. Just like to get her a little cleaner and sharper throughout, especially in those withers. Just give her a little bit more dairy character throughout to open her up a little bit more in those ribs and to get her into the purple ribbon class today, but very rewarding of a blue ribbon.
Receiving a blue ribbon is Brindley Bachman with her Jersey Junior cap, or spring cap.
Okay, going into the ring now on your screen, we are going to be determining an overall grand champion goat showman and an overall reserve champion goat showman. Again, this brings out your 3 champions from each of the 3 levels. They're right there in front for you, and then the reserve champions will be behind. So it's Mahia Jones, Mesa Jones, and McCamry Jones all competing against each other for overall grand champion goat showman. Meanwhile, off of your screen, dairy classes winter heifers calved December 1st, 23 to February 29th, 24. Griffin and Fletcher Bellinger competing there. We'll kind of keep an eye on goats for the moment being as they're competing for that overall grand champion position. Again, right to left on your screen, Mahia Jones, Mesa Jones, and McCamry Jones all competing against each other for that overall and overall reserve champion goat showman. The judge, as often is the case in showmanship sides of things, asking a couple of questions of each of the competitors, seeing about their answer and their knowledge on the animal they're showing. Helps him a little bit more in his determination of placement. And he seems satisfied, so he's going to grab the mic and we'll learn who the champion and reserve champion are.
Get the show started. Let's go ahead and give these 6 kids a big round of applause. My favorite thing with showmanship is that it doesn't matter how good your goat is, how much you spent on it. It matters how much time you put in back home, back in the barn, really understanding the ins and outs of your animal, how to make them look best. And there's one out here that in terms of their knowledge, in terms of their power, in terms of just being ring ready when they walk in, there's one out here that just does a really, really good job for me. With that said, young lady up front, go ahead and be your champion.
That would be Mahia Jones. So now Callie Harris will step forward. She was the reserve champion in senior showmanship. And the judge will take a look between her, Mesa Jones, and McCamry Jones.
Getting that second place senior showman up here makes you think, but there's one out here that I think just matches our winner really, really well in terms of her ring presence, getting power out of the weather. Doing a good job getting the feet set up, knowing where I am. Young lady does a really, really good job right here. Congratulations.
And that would be Mesa Jones. So Mahia Jones and Mesa Jones, your champion overall and overall reserve champion, respectively. That'll give us an opportunity to pop on over to check out what's going on the dairy side of things. Again, this is Griffin and Fletcher Bellinger. off your screen, they have started the Lone Dairy Goat class. 2 entries there. So it's all dairy at the moment. Dairy goats, dairy cows.
I'm going to start with a young man here with his tall, long dairy heifer. He wants to lead her out. You just love the deftness of this animal, the cleanness throughout, the width or the length from hooks to pins. Just kind of admires just a little straighter over the top line and tends to just walk and run uphill just a little better individual in second. Taking nothing away from the individual in second, you love the widthness in that heart girth, width in that chest floor, and the width all the way back through the hooks and pins. But just maybe not quite enough heifer today to get over this young man in first.
Okay, so there you go. Griffin Bellinger first in that class, second Fletcher Bellinger. That'll bring out Haley Rosiski with a summer yearling born June 1st, 23 to August 31st, 2023. Let's go back over to the goat side.
One that ties higher there out of the top side blade, comes sharper there to the point of her withers, and one that in terms of her dairy character, you certainly have to like. She's strong boned, big footed, one that gets out and tracks square. Young man's coming out next, one that is definitely more moderate, more compact, probably comes more robust there in terms of its rib shape. One that just doesn't come with the same kind of foot size and feature as the doe that it follows, and one that just probably wants to get more jammed up there through its front third. Really nice class.
In the winter calf class, receiving first purple was Griffin Bellinger, and second purple went to Fletcher Bellinger.
Okay, so those two both received purple over on the dairy class side, Griffin and Fletcher Bellinger. And again, Addie Jones going to be both the grand champion and reserve champion, as she had the only entries in the dairy goat classes. So that would make her the overall champion and overall reserve champion in dairy doe as well.
And the meat goat, we start with our does with the Brecken Doggett and Traven Shada in their 55-pound matching pair.
Okay, so as you heard there, they're going to get started here shortly. Let's go back on over to the dairy side. Excuse me, get you a little tighter in there. Haley Rosiski competing there with the Holstein. Single entry class, and then Haley will have another single entry after that. In fact, of the 5 last categories in 4-H dairy, 4 of the 5 are single entries. Going on the goat side, you heard it announced, Brecken Doggett and Traven Shada coming in with their market does, weighing 55 pounds.
The height, you love the long clean of that neck, just that neck and head just seems to stretch on forever. Straight across the top line, you love how she walks uphill. Maybe you'd like to correct a little bit on those feet and legs, tends to toe out just a little bit more than I'm comfortable with, and like to maybe widen her up back to the rim, but you just love the dairiness, the openness, and that long lean neck of this heifer.
Ladies doe is certainly the power doe, the class one that I think just overwhelms in terms of its feature and rib shape. Get over top of it, it's bigger and square erect, comes back to a fresher, more hydrated loin. Set that one in motion, certainly hits the dirt square. One that I think just puts your pieces together really, really well. Young man's doe coming out next, one that certainly has some stature and extension. It's long and thin neck, ties high there out of the top side of its blade. One that I think just gives up too much in terms of mass and muscle today, but a really nice way to go ahead and get our market show started.
Next class on the goat side, 66 to 74 pound market does, Lorena Shada and Olivia Doggett competing there. Right now, I'm not completely confident on what you are looking at on the dairy side. Maybe not following the program there, as we've got nothing left on the program that is showing that there should be 3 in the show ring at the same time. So we'll try to keep an ear on that to determine what's being shown over there. Griffin and Fletcher Bellinger out there with Haley Rosiski. Those are the 3 that are out there.
These white doe right here is going to go get us started. One that, once again, is just kind of the power doe of the class. One that overwhelms in terms of her feature and skull shape. One that comes more robust back there through her rib. Big rack, big hip, stout pin. Set her in motion. Maybe she wants to funnel down there to her base ever so slightly, but one that I think just puts her pieces together really, really well. Young ladies, red doe that's coming out next. One that, in terms of her skeleton, you have to like. Her angles read right. She's long and thin, neck ties high there out of the top side of it. One that comes with some rib shape. She just gets outmassed today. One that just gives up too much feature and body today. Good class.
Okay, so first out of that class, Olivia Doggett, Lorena Shada second. That brings in a single entry from Lainey Palmer, a market doe weighing 86 pounds. That'll be coming that direction shortly. Now let's pop back over to dairy in this mystery competition, we'll call it. Looks like he's going to come over and grab the mic, and then we'll learn what that award is being given.
For our junior champions today, we got 3 individuals, very good individuals. I wouldn't argue. I think you could place each one of them on top, and it'd be kind of hard to argue. Very, very nice animals. You love the 2 winter calves. Just seem to go together to me. You just love the sharpness, the cleanness, the ability to walk uphill with these animals, the dairy character, and you really love the depth of rib in those 2 animals. Your summer yearling, a very growthy heifer, very tall in that front end, and you just also love the depthness of that heifer all the way back. But today, I think, it's a very hard decision, but I think I'm going to go with my 2 winter calves as champion and reserve. I just like the strength throughout a little bit better with those. Their ability to walk a little bit cleaner and a little bit straighter in the width in that front end of those 2 animals. But very, very nice heifers.
Over here on the goat side, one that we only have a single here, but one that in terms of just having the building blocks to being a good market animal, one that certainly has it. It's a big up high, big rack, comes back with the right kind of rib shape, wide constructed. One that, in terms of its freshness, I'd like to freshen up, one that gets plainer there to the touch, and one that when you ask it to get out and track, one that's probably more awkward in the way that it utilizes its hip and hind leg. But overall, one that in terms of having the basics of being a good market animal, certainly has it. Good class.
Okay, so Lainey Palmer obviously winning that group.
In the junior champion of the dairy breeds was Griffin Bellinger, and the reserve champion goes to Fletcher Bellinger. And the sponsor of those banners is the Custer Dairy Herd Improvement Association. So thank you. Entering the ring now, we'll start off with the dry cow.
Haley Rosiski out there now with 2-year-old dairy class. At least that's what's on the program next. There was a champion and a reserve championship given away just moments ago, as you heard. That's not shown on my program, so I'm kind of confused on how those were grouped together. I think it was something to do with the dairy classes. I apologize for that. I just if I'm missing something in the program, I apologize, but I'm not seeing a line for that particular award.
Has some rib shape, has some feature that's able to put it in a package that when you ask it to get out and track, it's built right, its angles read right. One that, in terms of its silhouette, you want it to be parallel in its lines. And there's 2 out here that do that for me. I'm going to go ahead and take one more look, and then I'm going to go pick your champions.
Okay,
we got a 3-year-old dry cow here. You just love the strength in the front end of this animal. You love how she runs uphill. Just a very powerful cow. You like the height and width of that rear udder and the smoothness in that fore udder. Very really deep cleft in that mammary system. Just a powerful cow.
Olivia Doggett had your champion market doe.
Purple ribbon in the dry cow class is Haley Rosiski. And now entering the ring is the 2-year-old class. It looks like Pearl has a little jersey.
Okay, so that was the 3-year-old. They're going out of order on the dairy side, so that's part of what has thrown me off. That was the 3-year-old dry cow.
Meat goat doe was sponsored by Terry Rosentrader. Up next, we're going to bring in the pre-market. They happen to be Weathers this year. Cora Rosentrader, Leah Cox, and Cora Rosentrader. Evidently a substitute showman, which can happen.
Olivia Doggett was the champion with market does.
The banner for pre-market goat is sponsored by John and Judy Sykes, Kiko Meat Goats.
I believe Brecken Doggett was the reserve champion there for market does. Right now you're looking at pre-market Weathers, less than 50 pounds. Cora Rosentrader, Leah Cox, and then Cora Rosentrader with a second entry, getting some help. And they're not re-announcing the ribbon winners, at least for the last couple. I don't believe I've heard them re-announce them for the goats. But I believe it was Olivia Doggett and Brecken Doggett that were your champion and reserve champion. And right here, you're looking at Pearl Williams, the 2-year-old cow jersey.
It's going to get a purple ribbon. You just love the height and the depthness of that front end. You love the spring of the rib. You're an animal that you know is probably doing pretty well in the milking side of it. Just a lot of depth and openness and a lot of room there to consume a lot of feed, to give a lot of milk. Moving back to the memory system, you like that nice high wide rear udder. Maybe lengthen that fore udder just slightly, and maybe just strengthen her a little bit in those feet, on those pastures a little bit when she walks. But tracks very correctly, very straight, and just a nice individual.
Receiving a purple ribbon in the 2-year-old class is Pearl Williams, and entering the ring now are 3-year-olds, and they are both jerseys also.
Okay, glad to hear that announcement. A couple of 3-year-old jerseys, Brindley Bachman and Sophia Williams competing there. And now let's go back on over to the goat side.
I think he's going to look really good. One that he comes with some chest width. He's big up high, travels back there to a big hip stout pin set, one that's plenty level as he travels back. He comes with the right kind of rib shape. You give that guy some more time and feed, I think he could turn out nice. Young ladies, white weather that's coming out next. One that in terms of stature and extension you have to really like. That one's tall fronted. He ties high there out of the top side of his blade, comes back to some rib shape. One that just doesn't come with the same kind of rack, and one that just doesn't come with the same kind of hip and pin set as our class winner. Young ladies, weather here certainly gives up the most in terms of size today, but one that in terms of a skeletal system, you really, really have to like that one. He's built right, his angles read right. You ask that one to get out and move, one that certainly hits the surface square, one that I think he just gets too pinched there through his fore rib and heart, and one that just gives up too much for me today.
Up next in the...
Okay, so pre-market weathers, first place going to Leah Cox. Second and third place going for the entries from Cora Rosentrader. Back over on the dairy side, Brindley Bachman and Sophia Williams, both showing their 3-year-old entries. Brecken Doggett and Mason Bemerwald out there right now. Market weathers 53 to 55 pounds.
Got another nice market goat class here, and young ladies, white weather is going to go ahead and get us started. One that in terms of power, you really, really have to like that guy. He's wide-chested. He's big forearm, comes back there to a big rack. Travels back there with a lot of rib shape. He's big hip, stout pinned. Certainly comes with some added feature. One that, if I'm getting picky on him, kind of wish he was picked up there through his chest floor. But one that in terms of power and muscle, you really, really have to like that one. Young Man's Weather coming out next is one that I like better in terms of his chest floor. He's more picked up there through it. Transitions back smoother there to his rib. But one that I think just gives up too much in terms of mass and muscle today. One that once you get behind him, he kind of wants to cut up there in his twist and just doesn't come with nearly as much. Really nice class.
Our 2-year-old Jersey cows here, both about in the same stage of lactation. I'm going to go with their smaller dairy animal here first. You just like the dairiness throughout a little bit more, the openness of those ribs, and a little straighter over the top line. And then you get back to the mammary system. She's just a little bit more balanced and a little bit more even throughout the 4 quarters. Taking nothing away from this powerful, strong animal in second, you just like to maybe clean her up and give her a little bit more dairiness and balance it up that mammary system just a little bit.
In the ring, coming in the meat goat ring will be the 60-pounders, Mason Brimmerwald, Kelly Harris, and Kelly Harris.
Okay, you heard the announcement there. That's who you'll see coming into the show ring for goats.
Our 3-year-old Holstein class.
Okay, so heard the announcement there. 3-year-old Holstein class coming in for dairy. Which they had said 3-year-old one other time before. But there's only the group of 2 3-year-olds, which were jerseys that just left, and only one Holstein 3-year-old class on the sheet that I've got here. Long story short, kind of lost at where we're at on the dairy side of things. I'm either missing some information on the sheet here or we're going slightly out of order, but you folks that are watching know what you're looking at and what you're seeing. So this is a 3-year-old Holstein. Haley Rosiski showing it. I'm going to guess the one earlier was the 2-year-old Holstein, and the judge might have just said 3-year-old. That would make the most sense as far as the order that I'm looking at here on the sheet. Junior champion of all breeds, reserve champion of all breeds coming up. Grand and reserve champion of all breeds as well, according to what is on the back of the 4-H dairy sheet.
And our 3-year-old Holstein cow here, we award a purple ribbon. You just love this individual, her smoothness in that forerudder, the height and width in that rear udder. Just straight across the top line. Maybe starting to show a little flesh. Been milking about 150 days now, so she's able to show a little bit of flesh. But just a nice individual. Maybe would like to correct her just a little bit on those feet and legs. But you just love the height and the length between the hooks and the pins and the width of this animal. Just a very, very nice heifer.
There we go. Got a really nice market weather class here, and these top two kind of fall on different ends of the spectrum. They'll definitely have different endpoints just in terms of their scale and size at this stage of the game for being roughly the same weight. But I'm going to go ahead and side with the more moderate option there in the young ladies' weather. One that I think he's wider chested, comes back to a bigger, more shapely rack. One that I certainly like this weather's 4-rib better. He's more robust and blown apart there. Comes back to a bigger hip and stouter pin set. And one that when you ask him to move, certainly hits the dirt square. Young man's weather coming out next is one that in terms of stature and extension, you really, really have to like that one. He's long-necked. He ties high there on the top side of his blade. One that's certainly leveler there from shoulder to hip, but one that just gives up too much in terms of his muscle mass today. One that when you get your hands on him just isn't nearly as developed there in his rack shape, and then traveling back, one that wants to cut up there in his twist. One that in terms of his skeletal system, you really have to like that one. Young man's weather coming out next. One that certainly has some rib shape, one that's certainly deep there through his flank. One that has some rack dimension to him. He's just too plain for me today. Get your hands on him. He's definitely the plainest to the touch. One that kind of faded there through his edges. Really nice class, though.
Receiving a purple ribbon in the 3-year-old milking cow class is Haley Rosiski. And now we have our Grand and Reserve Champion of all breeds.
Okay.
Up next in the ring will be Market.
Grand and Reserve Champion of all breeds taking place on your screen right now on the dairy side of things. We continue on market weathers. We're now at 71 to 76 pounds. 6 entries here. Leah Cox, Mason Bemerwald, Mesa Jones, Mahia Jones, Lorena Shauna, and Keelan Watoon all competing there. As you continue to get a look at the Grand Champion and Reserve Champion of all breeds competition right there. On the dairy side of things, that is. Down to Mesa and Mahia Jones for second and first in the 71 to 76 pound market weather class. They're at the bottom of your screen. And Judge is going to grab the microphone over on the other side for Grand Champion and Reserve Champion of all breeds on the dairy side.
Super job today showing and presenting these animals. Let's give them one more big round of applause. I think we've got them all out here now. For our overall champion today, I think you could go a lot of ways. I really love my two winter calves down here, just two that just kind of go together. You love the deftness and the spring of rib in these two individuals, taking nothing away from them. But, so, you know, boys, sometimes age is a little better. And you can see a little bit more about these cows and kind of see how they're developing. And I think we have quality enough cows today that they're going to be champions are going to come from the cow side. You know, I'm not going to talk about all these individuals again, but, you know, the animal that really sticks out for me is the 3-year-old Holstein cow, and she'll be your champion today. And she does that rather easily in this bunch. You just love how she carries herself. You love how smooth and silky this animal is. You like the width about her. You like how she tracks on those legs. And then probably the best thing is that mammary system, especially that rear udder is just so high and wide. When we go there, it gets a little bit more difficult, but I kind of think I'm going to come back to my 2-year-old Jersey cow today as reserve. And she kind of squeaks in there, if you want to pull her out. She kind of squeaks in there over our other Jersey cows. In her dry cow, you know, you got this massive dry cow, but she does it. She kind of walks with a little more set in those legs, showing a little bit more daringness today, and can just see a little bit more about that mammary system. As far as being a milking cow, and you just love how she runs uphill, walks uphill, and that the depthness in that fore and rear rib, and that'll get her as a reserve champion. Nice job, guys, and hang in there. See you next year.
Really, really nice class here, and the top two here are certainly really good. Ones that certainly bring a lot of muscle and power to the table. But with that said, young ladies, weather right here is going to go ahead and start it. You got to love that guy's shape of muscle. Man, you study him right here from the 3/4. Got to love that guy's forearm. He's so wide-chested. Comes back creased up there through his rack. He's got a lot of touch and tone, a lot of shape there. Comes back to a huge stout pin set. Really got to like that guy's stifle shape. And then with that, just how he carries it down there through his twist. Now, study him right here from the profile, one that he might want to break right there behind his shoulder, but one that I can certainly live with that, with just how much shape of muscle that guy has in him. Young ladies, whether that's coming up next, one that's certainly stronger right there behind his shoulder, one that stays leveler there from your shoulder to hip, one that's still packed full of muscle, just doesn't come with the same kind of shape. Get your hands on him. He's still big and wide up top, one that I certainly wish he probably had more touch and tone to him, and one that when you travel him back just doesn't come with the same kind of stifle shape as our class winner. Young ladies, whether coming up next, one that in terms of stature and extension you really, really have to like. He's tall-fronted, one that's long-necked, one that's got a lot of rib, one that just doesn't put it in nearly as cool of a package. One that probably planes up when you study him there, but one that in terms of just having the basics you have to like. Same kind of story there for the young man's red weather that's coming out next. One that's got some rib shape, one that's got some muscle, one that's plainer today, and then watch the guy track, one that's kind of wants to slope there out of the backside of his hip. Young ladies, whether that's coming up next is one that certainly has the building blocks to be a really good market goat. One he's really tall, he's got some stature. One that he's just too raw today. One that gives up too much in terms of his rib shape and muscle. One that maybe if you give him another 20, 25 pounds, I think that weather will be spot on. Same kind of story here with young ladies, whether that's same kind of story here for the young ladies, whether one that's big, tall-shouldered, got some stature. One that just gives up too much mass and feature today. Really, really good class.
Okay, so first in that class of market weather, 71 to 76 pounds, was Mahia Jones. Second was Mesa Jones. That'll bring out our market weathers, 79 to 86 pounds. McCamry Jones, Olivia Doggett, Lorena Shada, and Traven Shada has 2 entries. Again, you got 2 left here. I believe that's McCamry Jones. Her back tag is flipped around, but I think that's McCamry and Olivia Doggett here at the top 2. And McCamry will be first out of the group. Olivia Doggett second, and then Lorena Shada and Traven Shada having theirs come in the last 3 through 5.
Feature and power and muscle. But with that said, young ladies, weather right here is going to go get us started. One that I think is bigger forearmed, comes back there to a big old rack, big hip and stout pin set. And what really seals the deal for him is when you stand right here and study him on the rear 3/4, one that comes with more outward turn and shape there through his twist, and one that carries his muscle deeper. Young ladies, whether that's coming up next is one that also is a wide-chested, got feature, got rack shape, but it's just when you get there to his rear third, one that just gives up too much power for me today, but one that in terms of his front 2/3, you really, really have to like that guy. Young man's weather coming out next is one that's got some rib shape, one that's got some size, just too plain for me today and gives up too much muscle and feature. Young man's weather that's coming up next is one that's got some stature, one that's certainly tall-shouldered, one that's long-necked, one that's just too flat-ribbed for me today, and then watch that one track away, one that just gives up too much muscle. Same kind of story for the young ladies' weather coming out next, one that's got some stature and size, one that just gives up too much feature and mass for me today. Really good class.
So that'll bring out our final market weather group. 98 to 105 pounds. Lainey Palmer with 1 entry and Emerson Palmer with 2 entries. They're coming in on your screen right now. Lainey there came on first, and then Emerson with a helper for her 2nd entry in the group coming in 2nd and 3rd. Want to take a moment again to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer. They want to thank everyone for their business at the surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Goes, they've enjoyed serving you and Central Nebraska since 1962. Thank you as well to the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, loving to help you with all of your needs at the lowest prices. Fresh groceries, produce, high-quality meat department, full-service deli, a fresh bakery with cake decorating, GK Wine and Spirit Shop, and a health and beauty section and more at the Grocery Cart. And the Custer County Ag Society welcomes you to the Custer County Fair. They urge you to come out and take in the fun, which there's plenty of fun yet to come today. They also want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds as a whole throughout the year at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on any of the activities going on. They've got some fun activities at the beginning of next month, including a high-octane tractor pull that they're bringing back to the Custer County Fairgrounds, which should be plenty of fun. They're also hosting a cornhole tournament and axe throwing tonight. There's going to be a band that is playing. Registration for that cornhole tournament starts at 7, so make sure you do not miss that. There will be a prize played for, and I'm sure plenty of smack talking as well. Then right now, this is our final group of market weathers. We'll then determine a champion market weather and reserve champion market weather before an overall grand champion market, which will bring in the pre-market weathers as well.
Good class here. Ones that are certainly getting up there in weight, so freshness and cover is going to play a factor, and that's why the young ladies, whether up front, is going to go ahead and win. One that he's still the freshest and most picked up there through his chest floor. One that get on top of him there and handle. One that's the freshest to the touch. One that I think is got the right kind of cover on him. And one that when you travel back, he's still plenty fresh there through his lower leg. Young ladies, whether coming up next, I think is one that one that I think closely follows our class winner. One that's more picked up there through the floor. One that comes from rack shape and lower leg. One that just doesn't have nearly as much as our class winner, and one that's probably just a nickel planer. Young ladies, black-headed weather is one that's massive, one that's got a lot of power. He's big and wide-chested, big rack, comes back to a big hip. One that I think his chest floor has just kind of fallen out of him today, and one that when you go in for the handle, one that's carrying the most in terms of his cover. Nice class.
Back in the ring now will be the overall market weather. First from each division. 1 and 2 needs to follow in.
So the champions will be in the line closest to you on the screen. Reserve champions will be second in line along the fence on the back. Just have to determine if the pre-market weathers are a part of this. They did receive a championship banner. Okay, I think it's just market weathers. So Brecken Doggett, Callie Harris, Mahia Jones, McCamry Jones, and Emerson Palmer were all first in their groups. Second in each of those groups, Mason Bemerwald, Callie Harris, Mesa Jones, Olivia Doggett, and Laney Palmer. So right now you're looking at the champions there first.
Really nice market weather drive here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them. Got 5 really nice weathers out here, and then there's more there on standby. And kind of like we talked about there with the market does, there's a formula, right? Got to be heavy muscled, got to be shapely. And then if we can do that and put it in a really cool package that's fun to look at, one that it's wet, just comes together really nice, that's our goal. And there's one out here that does it for me, that in terms of their shape is really cool, their feature and skull shape and size. one that when he wants to show, he looks really, really good in terms of his silhouette, his lines. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and take one more look, and then we're going to go pick your champion.
Apologize, camera moving there, got run into by a goat. I'll try to get down there and reposition that camera back. In the meantime, Mahia Jones, Champion Market Weather. That means Mesa Jones will come in with the second from that 71 to 76 pound class. And then I'll try to get back down there and set up that camera so it's not so sideways. After this determination is made, we'll go for overall Grand Champion Market and overall Reserve Champion Market, which I believe will include the pre-markets as well as the market does.
For Reserve, it does get really close out here between two of them. Ones that are both heavy muscled. There's just one that in terms of their shape is so good. One that's fresher there to the touch. One that's certainly more crisp. And then when you step back and study it here on the profile, one that I think just lines out better, stronger right there behind its blade, one that's leveler hipped. And with that said, we're going to go ahead and right here. Congratulations.
Okay, out of that same group, 71 to 76 pound market weather, Mesa Jones is your Reserve Champion. So now we'll go for overall Grand Champion and overall Reserve Champion Market. I'll leave it on this camera angle and leave the microphone on, and I'll be right back after I reset that one camera that got knocked to the side.
Yes. The next one will be, class will be overall meat goat market goat. So the does will come in and the withers will come in.
Okay, so you've right there in the front got Mahia Jones, the Champion Market Weather, and Olivia Doggett, the Champion Market Doe. And then you've got Brecken Doggett coming on the left side of your frame there. The Reserve Champion Market Doe and the Reserve Champion Market Weather at the back right is Mesa Jones. That's kind of a rundown of what you're looking at right there.
really good champion market goat drive. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for him. We've talked all 4 of these already. I'm not going to go ahead and talk them again, but there's just 2 out here just in terms of their shape, and the way that they're put together is really, really nice. I'm going to take one more look, and we're going to go out and pick your champions.
Okay, so your overall is going to be Mahia Jones. That was the market weather champion as well. And then Mesa Jones will be the reserve overall champion.
Next class in the ring will be meat goat breeding doe classes. The under 1 year old, Brecken Doggett, Olivia Doggett, Callie Harris, Lauren Riff, and Quinn Rosentrader. Following one more class after this of the older does will be the best dressed kid. So if you have a one you need to start dressing and it's not in the next 2 classes, start dressing. That'll be a crowd participation, by the way. You get to help out.
Okay, so as you heard there, meat goats breeding doe class less than 1 year of age is going to be coming up next. This is a 5 entry class. Brecken Doggett, Olivia Doggett, Callie Harris, Lauren Reif, and Quinn Rosentrader. All coming into the show ring now. Meat goats breeding doe class less than 1 year of age, what you're looking at. On deck, Cora Rosentrader, Quinn Rosentrader. Quinn with 2 entries, Cora with 1 in 1 year and older breeding does. And then we will determine a champion and a reserve champion with the top ribbon placements from each of those groups. Already pulled up to the top, Quinn Rosentrader and Lauren Reif. Callie Harris third, Olivia Doggett second, Brecken Doggett first. We'll hear from the judge.
Nice way to go ahead and get our breeding doe show started. And young ladies doe up front just kind of wins it for fun. One that in terms of her feature, you have to really, really like that one. She's wide-chested, comes back to the right kind of rib shape and rack shape. And one that when you get her to ask, or one that when you ask her to get out and move, you have to really like that one too. She stays within her lines. She certainly hits the dirt square. And one that I think you'll be able to take home, and that one should make some really fun projects down the road. Young lady's little goat here is one that's certainly interesting, one that gives up the most in terms of size to anything in here today, but one that in terms of her quality pieces, you have to really, really like that one. She's tucked up there through her chest, one that comes back to the right kind of rib shape and rack shape, one that comes to a big hip and stout pin set, and one that just in terms of her squareness and base width for this size, you have to really like her. Now, yes, she is small, and she does give up. That's why she's sitting second today. But one that, in terms of her quality pieces, that one's got a bright, bright future. Young ladies, though, that's coming up next, one that probably matches our class winner better in terms of size and rib shape. One that's got some feature. One that's a nickel planer for me today. One that kind of wants the slope there out of the back side of its hip. And one that just doesn't come with the same kind of freshness as the two goats that it follows. Young ladies, though, that's coming up next is one that's got some depth of rib, one that's got some Springer rib, one that just gives up too much in terms of feature today, and then study that one, one that just kind of wants to funnel down there to the surface. Young ladies, though, that comes up next is one that's got some Springer rib, one that's got a big hip and stout pin set, one that I think from a skeletal point of view is probably the most concerning, one that's straighter there off both ends of its skeleton, and one that just gives up too much mass today. Class.
Next class in the ring will be our breeding does 1 year and older. Cora Rosentrader, Quinn Rosentrader, and Quinn Rosentrader.
And that's what you'll be seeing. Some goats starting to get dressed up. Of course, they end things with best dressed kid or goat. That's a dairy goat and meat goat class. See all kinds of different dress ups throughout the years. Again, you're looking at entries from Cora Rosentrader and Quinn Rosentrader. Quinn with 2 of them, Cora with 1.
Got a nice aged doe class here, and young lady's blonde-headed doe I think is a really nice place to start. One that in terms of her skeletal system, you have to really like that one. She's wide-chested. She ties smooth back there from her blade to rib. One that's level, one that's got the right kind of rib shape and feature. Ask her to get out and move, and she's definitely the squarest in terms of how she hits the surface. Young ladies, though, that's coming up next is one that's fresher in terms of its cover, one that's more picked up there through its chest floor, and one that has the right kind of rib shape, one that doesn't come with the same kind of base width and clearance, and one that doesn't hit the surface nearly as square. Young ladies, though, here in third is one that has a lot of quality pieces there from hock up. One that you really have to like its rib shape, one that you have to like its rack shape, one that should be able to throw some really cool kits. But my problem with this doe from hock down, one that she's definitely the most awkward in how she handles, one that's the most awkward in terms of how she handles that rear leg, one that when you ask her to lead, she wants to put some extra pressure there on her outside hoof wall, causing her to be borderline bow-legged there, but three really nice does.
All right, so you saw Cora Rosentrader first in that group, breeding doe class 1 year and older. Quinn Rosentrader with the second and third place entries. Now we'll determine a champion breeding meat doe and a reserve champion breeding meat doe. Brecken Doggett and Cora Rosentrader with their first place winning breeding does from each of those two classes we saw previously, and then second place Olivia Doggett and Quinn Rosentrader stacked up behind them there on the right hand side of your screen. Really nice breeding doe drive here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them. I'm going to take a second away from talking stock, and let's go ahead and thank everyone who took the time to go ahead and put the show on today for you guys. It takes a lot of work to put on a show. It's something that's certainly not easy. Actually, I wasn't supposed to be here until Monday. Someone else that was supposed to be lined up to judge got hurt, and I got asked to step in, and something that's certainly not easy. All you kiddos, whether you're here in the ring, outside, showing cattle, sheep, goats, whatever, make sure you go back, and with that, make sure you tell your parents, your grandparents, your guardians, whoever got you here, thank you. It takes a lot of time, money, and effort to get in the ring and to show livestock, and y'all have the privilege to grow up in the best place ever, and that's right here in the show ring. Getting the opportunity to be in ag is so cool, and with the number of people rising and the number of farmers decreasing, we have this trend that's forming, and something that's not good. And there's no better place to start fixing that than right here in the ring. You know, you have the opportunity to go tell people what ag is. You know, you have classmates that probably have no idea the difference between a sheep and a goat. Take that opportunity, talk to them, take that opportunity to share what ag is. Y'all have that opportunity. Ag is a great way to bring people together. That's how I met my roommate sitting right up there. This is actually the one's first goat show he's been to, so getting the opportunity to show him what the showing world is all about. And so just make sure that you guys tell those people thank you, because you guys have a really cool chance to grow up here in ag. Stepping off my soapbox and getting back here to talking goats. For your champion female, there's one out here that just in terms of her rib shape, her feature, the way that her piece is put together, one that I think her future is really, really bright. One that I think that once her show days are over and you put her out to pasture, one that I think should have some really cool kids. One that I think that her future should do better than her.
young lady right here going to be your champion.
That would be Brecken Doggett. So now that brings up Olivia Doggett's second place breeding doe from that first class to compete against Cora Rosentrader there at the top right of your screen.
Getting that second place out here from the first class, as my coach always told me, we don't size judge livestock. Let the good ones hit you, and there's one out here that certainly hit me hard when she walked in. She's not the biggest, but she's certainly cool. Young lady right here.
And that would be Olivia Doggett out of that same first class. As the reserve champion, breeding meat doe. And they did say they are not going to have meat or dairy mother-daughter. So that means they're going to go straight to the best dressed kid or goat. Dairy goat and meat goat class. And for that, as I've done traditionally, I'll just kind of zoom out here. There's not a whole lot of sound aspect to this part of the competition that comes. I will say all of the names of the kids that are listed in the program. Don't always get all of them to come out and compete, as there are sometimes some scratches. But Mason Bemerwald, Brecken Doggett, Olivia Doggett, Lauren Reif, Cora Rosentrader, Quinn Rosentrader, and Addie Jones all going to be coming out there right now. I'll put this on the break side of things. I'll do some checking to see if there is going to be FFA goats following this. I haven't seen anybody in FFA shirts or preparing up at the FFA announcer stand yet. So I'll just do some confirming and moving around and see. Oh, there's the FFA folks over there. So I think we will have an FFA goat show. And that is scheduled on the schedule to start at 3 o'clock. So okay, so we'll put this on the, I was just listening to their announcement there. They're going to bring some of the goats and sheep into the ring for people to meet and take a look at. We'll put this on the break side of things and break from the audio because there's not much audio for this part, but we will zoom in and take a look at some of the different dressed up goats.
Michael Jordan fans. Cora Rosentrader, a unicorn.
Unicorn.
Quinn Rosentrader, and we decided we're going to Hawaii after fair.
I like it.
Addie Jones, summer.
Okay.
Lauren Reif, hippie.
Let's go and give him a big round of applause here first. So how this is going to work, I'm going to go to each project. I'm going to raise my hand at it. We're going to cheer and shout. The two with the most applause will be your champions. I don't know, it sounded like three were pretty loud. I think it's between the hippie, the unicorn, and then our Hawaiian goat. We're going to go through with those three and then cheer one more time for your favorite. I think our winner is right here with the hippie goat. Go ahead and give her a big round of applause. And then for reserve, I think it's really close, but I did think I heard more over here, so she'll go ahead and be second.
Okay, folks, we're back, and I apologize for being back slightly late. There is no program for the FFA Goat Show. So I was having some help getting those names written down on a sheet of paper to pass along to you.
The champion was Kellen Wattoon. Reserve champion was Callie Harris. And receiving the purple was Lorena Shada. Up next in the ring will be breeding meat goats, under 1 year of age. And we need Kellen Wattoon and Callie Harris in the ring.
Okay, and as you heard there, it's going to be Callie Harris and Kalen Wattoon. And we're just going to lean a little heavier on the announcers here for this particular FFA Goat Show to pass everything along to you.
And young lady here in the pink shirt's gonna go and get us started. One that I think just in terms of her skeletal system is put together better, one that's more tucked up there through her chest, one that's smoother there in terms of the way that she hooks up there from her blade to rib, comes back leveler to her hip, and one that I think just puts it in a sporty, more trendy package, one that you just really have to like her. Young ladies, red doe that's coming out next, one that's packed full of power, one that's bold and big ribbed, one that comes with some added feature, one that's just a nickel planer today, one that's probably deeper chested, and one that kind of wants to round there out of the back side of her hip. But certainly one that still reads with quality. Good class.
First purple was Kellen Wattoon. Second purple, Callie Harris. Our next entry will be Lorena Shada with a 2 year and over non-milking doe.
Here in this class, only got one, but one that I think in terms of stature and extension, you have to like. She's long and thin neck, ties high there out of the top side of her blade, comes back level there from her shoulder to hip. One that just in terms of her rib, you certainly would be at a shot more, and then stuck the doe to the surface. She stood her down there to the surface, one that just kind of wants to close up there, but one that still reads with some quality.
Lorena Shada receives the purple. And our final entry of the afternoon is Lorena Shada with a mother-daughter dairy goat exhibit.
Got a nice duo here, and ones that you can certainly tell that they're their daughter in terms of their skeleton. Ones that both have some added stature and extension. They tie high there out of the top side of the blade, come back level there from the shoulder to hip. Really nice duo.
Lorena Shada receives the purple for her mother-daughter exhibit. And thank you very much. We appreciate our judge helping us out today. Caleb Durham, thank you very much.
Okay, and with that, that brings us to the end of 3 days of video streaming here at the Custer County Fairgrounds. Again, all of these replays will be available on the Sand Hills Express YouTube and Facebook pages for you to check out. We've got one more stream left. That would be at the livestock auction tomorrow evening. Would love to have you along for that. Would love even more for you to be here in person to support these kids by buying their animals. Before we close, we want to again give a shout out to all of those sponsors you see scrolling on your screen. We'll continue to have them scroll for a little bit after the stream is over, but please take notice of those if you have not already during the previous few days of streaming. We want to give a special shout out to Viera Wireless. We are using Viera Wireless connections in order to stream this video to you. Over 3 days straight of streaming, we have not dropped a single frame. So we are streaming at, just to put that in perspective for you, we are sending 30 frames of video footage every single second. We have streamed between 7 and 8 hours for 3 days straight. 30 frames every single second for 8 hours, 3 days in a row, and we have not skipped a single frame. I just looked at the statistics. We've not skipped a single frame over 3 days. That is amazing. Thank you, Viera Wireless. And thank you as well to our Purple Ribbon sponsors. They include Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, the Grocery Cart, Custer County Ag Society, C&M Auto in Anselmo, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation, Moline Seed and Fence, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, and Pioneer Seed, including Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopp of Anselmo, your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. That does it for our stream today. Again, join us tomorrow evening as we are going to bring along to you one last stream from the Custer County Fair 2024. Also, don't forget, next week we'll be plenty busy with radio and video coverage as well as we stream from 3 days straight of racing action, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, for events in the Sand Hills Open Road Challenge. My name is Jeremy Shipes, signing off with you here on Central Nebraska's news source, KCNI, KBBN, and Sand Hills Express Video.
Thank you.